Hello, everybody! Hello! How are we doing today? I hear a monster opening. There's a monster inside of all of us, but especially me. Hello! One and all! Look out, the 1% crit, the fabled crit. Let's fucking go. It is, of course, one of the many midterm election primary nights across America, and we are going to adhere to my not really that funny and not really that much of a joke, merely an observation joke,
Hello,
which is
motherfucker.
which is that all election coverage music sounds to me like Fire Emblem music, okay? Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Chimps roll out indeed. My favorite Fire Emblem track, it's so hopeful. Id, parentheses, purpose, is a very great track. Hello, everyone! We're gonna be doing election coverage. We're gonna be talking about Iran. We're gonna be talking about Max Miller. We're gonna be talking about all kinds of things, like advertisements in your car. That's right. Haven't you ever been driving down the highway and thought to yourself, boy howdy, I wish my car would be advertising to me right now, so that I could look at an ad in my car and the billboards outside my car. We're gonna be talking about all kinds of shit. It's time for us to get into it, huh? So, let's take a look. First, we'll turn this down a little bit. We'll turn this down a little bit. There we go. Hey, there we go. See you, Spancom Cat. Oh boy! Ha! We have no billboards. Billboards? Where we're going, we don't need billboards. Alright. So, we are going to be talking about a lot of stuff today, but hello, everybody. How are you doing? I had a really cute idea for how this gold little necklace would look, because I thought it would hang down a lot lower. It did not, and I'm disappointed, but that's fine. I'll start closing my eyes while I drive. Please don't. How we doing, folks? Now, I do want to say, everyone, before we get too deep into the show, as per usual, we have a stream here that only survives when you guys hit that like button, and when you hit the subscribe button, and when you leave comments, and when you drop those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats, because you guys make this show possible. So, all that being said, do the things you feel compelled to do on this election eve, and click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. Poof. What the fuck is with this layered chat? So, for those of you who are a bit I have no idea what it looks like on your guys' end, but for those wondering, there is we currently have dual streaming set up on YouTube, and today I set up dual streaming over on Twitch, and so there is a horizontal and a vertical version on both Twitch and YouTube. I don't know what the layered chat is, so I don't know what that means. It might have something to do with that. Are other people in Twitch chat having a problem with it as well? I don't know what it looks like. So, like on my end, I don't see a layered chat. Is that showing up for other people too? A 5-layer chat. YouTube only has one chat. That was the purpose. The chat layout is disgusting. It looks like my nightmares. It looks fine to me, but I'm on mobile. Oh, is it because on Twitch, if you're watching it vertically, there's the on-screen chat right below me, but then you have Twitch chat? Is that... Am I understanding it correctly now? I'm on mobile. It reminds me of YouTube vertical chat. This is brand fucking new. Yeah, it is pretty new. We see GG chat, which is normal. It's just behind Twitch chat? Weird. Huh. I truly wish that I could actually like see and understand what you're talking about. Let me see if I can watch it on my mobile device. No, I don't want to go live. I just want to view my stream. Okay, well, so when I go in... No, I don't want to listen to myself. So when I go into my phone, I'm getting like this version. So I'm not seeing the layered chat. I guess I don't know what's happening, so I don't know how to fix it. Hello, Dragonfly. Vertical, I'm on my mobile. Okay, I'm on my mobile as well. Maybe... How... Like, I don't even know how to see the vertical aspect ratio of the stream. This is very bizarre. If you touch the video, you might see the option. There's like a chat switching option. When I try and watch it vertically, this is what happens, which is not, I imagine, the issue here. Huh. Weird. Talking about the Peepo Starry Night to the very bottom, but like that's like the problem is I can't recreate what you're talking about. And that's an issue when it comes to fixing what it is. I switched to classic split view and now it's normal. Man, you guys getting options I don't get. I don't know what that means. Classic split view. Oh well. I see it now. It's horrible. Option is top right. It's unable to switch for me. Oh, I see it now. When I touch my screen, it gives me an option between classic split view and vertical view. Classic split is the normal one. When I go to vertical view, it's like chat over top of a chat on the bottom. That sounds awful. Well, I guess we learned today not to do both streams, not to do both streams over on Twitch. Yeah, I can't recreate it over here. Maybe it's like an iPhone app. I don't know. You're on classic split view. I love you guys to death, but I am letting you know, if you click the three dots and change the chat, it should have the option you're on classic split view. So when I click the three dots on mine, it says chat settings, and I get the option. It tells me who I am, high defensive language, readable colors, animated emotes. Those are the only options I get. When I click on the screen and then I go to the little wheel icon in the upper right, I don't have any option for like what it looks like. So like I can't recreate, like I love you Forlorn 79. I know you're trying to be helpful, but like unless I can actually see the problem, I'm not messing with the setup. It's possibly an update problem, maybe. I mean, like you guys are talking like it doesn't work. My app works just fine. Like I'm seeing my stream, but maybe there's like a update shenanigans. Anyway, I hate all of this, and this has completely destroyed our momentum. OBS issues? No, we're just trying to figure out a new streaming orientation so that it's legible. Just sent a screenshot in mod chat. Man, this would be so much easier if I could actually, like, I don't even have Discord open right now. Fuck, I don't even want to be live. I don't want to be live and doing this. I don't think you guys realize how this is, like, literally my worst nightmare. Every single time this happens. It makes me so ungodly uncomfortable and upset. Why would they do this? I'm just seeing the screenshot and it looks utterly terrible. Why the fuck would they set it up this way? Because Twitch is dumb? Yeah, I guess so. Cool. Well, I guess we'll just turn that off. Sorry if you're a vertical viewer over on Twitch, but we're just gonna turn that off. Because that sucks. Here we go. Y'all can get fucked. Doing a live show. Super fun. Okay. Well, I am going to try and do a hard reset on my brain and get back into, because I was ready to launch into a show. We just got completely derailed. I'm going to try and get back into that same headspace. I'll be back in a couple minutes. BRB.
been very emotionally exhausted lately from politics, so I may not watch
Understandable.
all the way through tonight, but I wanted to say thank you for the work you do. As much as I loathe politics, it's important to keep an eye on.
Understandable. It is both very stupid and very important. And you got to do what you got to do to keep your heart safe. 'Cause at the end of the day, your entire being runs off of that. So do do take the time you need to feel better. And thank you so much for being the first person to financially support stream today and dropping a $50 dono. Thank you so goddamn much. Remember, they are all going to the subtotal, so thank you very much. I will count them as we go through our segments today. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal with the 20 gifted memberships. Holy shit! Is Twitch coming back? Twitch is still there. Twitch is... Oh, wait, is Twitch gone? Oh shit. That was not my intention. My intention was to shut off horizontal chat. It was not to punish all the chats. I was just saying fuck it. I'm going to mess around with the vertical chat. That's a big oopsie on my end here. All right. Yeah, no, Twitch is coming back. It should be up now. My apologies to Twitch chat. I did not mean to nuke the entire Twitch stream. I just meant to nuke the vertical chat because we didn't know what the hell was going on, and I don't want to mess around with the layout right now. That's my bad. I apologize. Especially because at the beginning of stream, I had to turn off the stream, on the stream, off the stream, on the stream, off the stream, like 3 times. So I apologize for all of the alerts. That's my bad. I apologize. Sorry. It's me, Bingo. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And you know what? It's okay. It's okay, everybody, because I've got good news. In the spirit of sharing things that I just think are pretty neat, and that I'm personally excited about, before we jump into election night coverage, I do want to show y'all what I think is cool. So let's take a quick look at this here. I believe in you. I want to believe.
It's here! Here! It's here!
Cheryl Cunningham, 34. Never made it to work last night.
Scully?
Mulder? Someone's come forward with some promising evidence. A psychic.
I see a face. I see eyes staring out.
Do you think God hears your prayers?
Why would he send these visions?
Maybe it's not God doing the sending.
So far, we've pulled 11 discrete human limbs from the ice. We're not even finished yet.
I can't look into the darkness with you anymore, Mulder.
Hello?
Another woman, taken from a car. This is God's work.
It's not from God.
I'm so excited. So apparently the reason the previous film that they made, right, kind of sucked was because the studio demanded a PG-13 film, and so they had to cut out all of the stuff that made it an R-rated film when it was originally shot. But Hulu got the guy who wrote and directed the original X-Files series, who wrote and directed the film, to come back and remaster the movie and add the deleted stuff and like shift everything around to like and I think they shot some new material as well. Like into the R-rated version that he originally wanted to make, and I think that's awesome. I want to see that movie. Yeah, it's like a director's cut, but like, you know, a good one, not a cheap cash grab. So I'm excited because I quite like the X-Files, and they are rebooting the X-Files as well. So this makes sense as like a way to like get people back into the X-Files. Um but like I am excited to see what direction they take with the new one as well. But like this is just really neat. I'm excited about it personally. I was too scared to watch the X-Files because the theme music freaked me out. You know, I gotta be honest, I watched too many of the silly episodes, and the show lost its ability to truly freak me out. And now it's just it's kind of like I don't know, it's like every episode it's like, oh, come on, Scully, we've got a case to solve. Mulder, what's all this about? You'll see when we get there. Mulder, why are we getting on a plane? You'll see. Mulder, we've been in this plane for like 8 hours. Where are we going? Don't worry. They get off the plane. Mulder, you're just taking me to Loch Ness. You'll see when we get there, Scully. 4 hours of driving later. Mulder, that's an inflatable. It was clearly an inflatable the entire time. Ah, but Scully, you never thought about why it was an inflatable. It starts to rise up into the air, pulling an alien device underneath it up into the stratosphere. They both look on in wonder and disbelief. And then Mulder turns to Scully and says, looks like we just found the Loch Ness Monster. Cut to credits. And it's just like a really silly kind of show. Like, or like, Scully, Scully, what is it, Mulder? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I found a guy. Great. He bleeds black blood. Oh, God damn it, Mulder. What did you do? No, Scully, he's a super soldier, for real. I'm super serious. Then he barfs out some black blood. I don't know. Like, I'm just spitballing here, but I think I've got some gold if any of the people, if the writer team on the new X-Files, like, wants to get in on this, alright? I gotta be honest, I've gotten a lot of, like, transphobic attacks, but I've never got Tucker Carlson in a wig. That's a new one. Mostly because I think the only people who could actually make that comment, like, are incapable of actually processing visual information. Um, God. What? Yeah, transphobes be silly like that. Let's see. Okay, I also have one more thing, and this is just because I think it's funny. Um, I'm just gonna play it without any context.
It's like once you hit 35, you're unk.
I felt that.
How old do you
honestly.
think I am, Saul?
42.
Whoa. Well, that's just because of her intellect, right?
How old are you?
Sully.
I'm 32, buddy. Don't laugh! Don't laugh! Don't laugh! Oopsie. Gotta hit the one skin, I guess.
Sully, you're really bad at telling people's age, right?
I am.
Hey, tip
It doesn't.
for the
You're
future.
still unk though.
Right, thank you. Don't when a woman asks her age, just like lowball it. Go really, really low.
Maybe he did.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to make it generous, but
Great. Thank you so much.
That is grandma.
Gotta make a Botox appointment.
He comes back looking like Laura Loomer.
Yeah. What? My face is exactly the same.
Do you know who Laura Loomer is? Okay.
it's like once you hit 30.
Do you know who Laura Loomer is? No. I gotta be honest, I saw this and I just thought it was really fucking funny. I thought it was really, really funny. Woo! Cool stuff. God. Anyway, I saw it. I felt the need to share it with all of you. And oh yeah, before we jump into politics results, we are gonna do a segment. All right, are you guys ready? You're not. I don't even know why I asked. You guys aren't ready. You could never be. So, folks, I have a fascination with the Washington Post's video content. I have I don't want to say an obsession, but like it's just really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad in a way that I find deeply funny. And we talked about it, not too long ago, because I was talking about Brad Palumbo, who I've been informed his name is Palumbo, but when I say his name that way, people think I'm upset, or they think I'm like trying to do him dirty. But like, I'm not trying to say Plumbo. I am trying to say Palumbo, but like it sounds identical. All right. Yeah, the guy you guys all called Glup Shitto. Yes. But they have another video offering, which I find particularly funny. And it is called Make It Make Sense. And I'm happy now to present that to you guys here and now. Let's take a look, shall we?
This is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling.
Another day, another reason not to turn grocery stores into an arm of the state. A clip has been circulating of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani being asked about how the city's new state-run grocery stores will ensure that the food goes to needy New Yorkers and not anyone else. He got his Economic Development Corporation head Jeannie Pack to give a more...
I just is his real name Plumbo? No, it's his real name is Brad Plumbo. But I see we're getting hung up on this again. It's spelled Palumbo. So if I were to overpronounce it, it would be Palumbo. Like Columbo, but Palumbo. I try and say it the way that it looks to me, which is Brad Palumbo. But it sounds like Brad Plumbo. Also, just as an FYI, mods, can you keep a close eye on Twitch chat in particular? Because there's something going a little wrong on my end, and I just can't see it at the moment. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but my browser is not connecting with Twitch. So just keep an eye on that. It does appear that the stream is still operating, so we're just going to continue on with this segment. But no, is this AI? No, this is one of the writers from the, as far as I know, the Washington Post opinion section.
Detailed answer. And she says something about a library card-esque system.
Wait, I'm sorry. We do have to back up here. I got derailed by the glup shittos again in chat.
This is a program for New Yorkers to be able to put food on the table, not a program for people to be able to make a quick buck through reselling.
Another day, another reason not to turn grocery stores into an arm of the state. A clip has been circulating of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani being asked about how the city's new state-run grocery stores will ensure that the food goes to needy New Yorkers and not anyone else.
This is a very easy question to answer, which is that they're being built in food deserts, so anyone who wants to go into the grocery store and it's like available to them can do so. You don't need to like be a needy New Yorker to take advantage of this. You just have to be someone who wants to go shop at a grocery store. Like that's it. Like you can try and imagine situations where people are just like I don't know, like going out of their way, even though they're from a slightly wealthier part of the city, to go to one of these Mamdani grocery stores. But like, that's silly, because they could go to grocery stores that are a lot closer. The entire purpose of building the grocery stores in these locations is because they're in food deserts where there aren't other options.
He got his Economic Development Corporation head Jeannie Pack to give a more detailed answer. And she says something about a library card-esque system.
We are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be a sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers.
In other words, an ID card. And now Republicans are going to town. The president's weighed in. The governor of Florida has weighed in. All talking about the left's opposition to voter ID, but seemingly not to ID for grocery stores.
Now, this is really funny because that's clearly not what she meant, that you can only shop there if you have an ID card. And of course, immediately after conservatives started interpreting his statements and the statements of his staff in bad faith, he sent his office out there to be like, no, you aren't going to need an ID to like shop at a grocery store. Like, it's ridiculous. But the mayor's office told Forbes in the wake of the backlash Monday that anyone can shop at the stores regardless of residency or income without presenting an ID, and Pack was referring to a loyalty card program of sorts that won't be tied to an ID or address. Like, you know how grocery stores have like programs to like incentivize you to shop at them instead of shopping at their competitors. You know, a totally normal thing to have. A lot of the grocery stores around here ask if you want to be part of their loyalty program when you check out. And you can just say, no, I don't want that. And then you get to buy groceries. They don't take them away from you. Like, the fact that this is what they're focusing on, and they're like, look at this crazy lefty. It's like, he's doing it, like, that's a perfectly normal thing for them to do, actually.
Now, Mamdani's team has come back and said this is not an identification system. Now, of course, it makes sense that the debate is centering around the need to show identification because the potential for gotcha politics here is through the roof. But this whole debate
But, like, there's no, there's not. Like, the potential for gotcha politics would be there if there was some kind of, you know, means testing system associated with this that could be gamed, and then, like, some kind of conservative shitheel could come in and, in a bad faith manner, take advantage of said system, right? That would be the political gotcha, you know? And instead, it's just a grocery store that you can buy groceries from. It's not, in fact, a crazy, wild socialist system. It's a thing we have literally all across the country, a goddamn grocery store.
actually reminds us why state-run grocery stores are a bad idea in the first place, regardless of how they fit in with your voter ID beliefs. How is the mayor going to ensure that these
Oh my god.
Kid really told that woman you should share with us your age. You look like you have plenty to share.
I know, right? That's, for those watching in the VOD, totally unrelated to anything we're watching. We're referring to the fact that Sam Cedar's kid absolutely roasted him and Emma. And it was very funny. Alright, sorry.
How they fit in with your voter ID beliefs. How is the mayor going to ensure that these resources go to the right places? No checks on residency or income levels means that anybody will be able to go in and use the store.
Yeah. Use the store to, you know, pay with money for goods and services, like one would do at any other store. Like, this makes me so unreasonably, like, just upset at how bad faith it is. Like, how do we ensure that people don't take advantage of this system? The system being going into a store and buying things? How do we make buying things less prone to being taken advantage of? What is there to take advantage of? I guess, like, stealing? Are you asking, like, how do we prevent people from stealing things from grocery stores? Because I'm pretty sure we've figured that part out. And also, why would people, like, just real quick, it's literally the cheapest grocery store being run at cost. Like, there's not, like, like people pay money to the store and it runs itself. Is the Washington Post, which is owned and run by Jeff Bezos, not familiar with, like, how stores work? I'm baffled by this.
Resources are finite, so how you allocate them matters.
Yeah, that's why they're in a store, where people can pay for them with money. Like, I genuinely, I feel like we've gotten to a point in, like, political brain death in America where we're literally at the Homer Simpson meme about how money can be exchanged for goods and services and used to buy many peanuts. Like, I feel like that's where we're at right now as a political body.
And this is what markets tend to be really good at. The government, not so much.
It's a store. It's literally a store where people are buying things. It's engaged in the market. That's how it works.
By taking all the checks and balances out of the process and just promising free stuff, you can be...
No, the only thing that's being taken out of this process is the obligation to be run for a profit. They're essentially non-profit grocery stores managed by the city so that there is food distribution in places that are currently food deserts where there is no competition because other corporations have looked at opening stores there and said, nah, we wouldn't turn enough of a profit.
Pretty certain that whatever shows up in these stores is going to disappear just as quickly.
Yeah, because people will buy it and then go eat it because they sell food.
With absolutely zero guarantee that taxpayer money actually help those in need.
There's no need to guarantee it. The entire purpose of opening these municipal grocery stores is to fill the food deserts so that people have an option to go get better food. The knock-on effect of that is that, you know, they get to eat healthier, and that benefits their communities in a wide variety of different ways and lowers the amount of money that the city has to pay and expend on, like, you know, medical care, for example, related to malnutrition. Like it saves workers time, it saves workers money, and ultimately it also just allows people to do the thing that they absolutely need to do, which is eat food. How do we know that it's going to people in need? Because people in need of food go to grocery stores to buy food. It honestly, the Washington Post is putting out video content that's the equivalent of SpongeBob SquarePants. You know, the SpongeBob SquarePants meme with Patrick and, like, the guy trying to show it's his ID.
I think I got it straight.
It's that.
Giving poor people food is government overreach, but mass surveillance, kicking indoors and snuffing them out for being threatening isn't.
Exactly, you got it. You understand, Brutus Magnuson. Spending trillions of dollars on wars overseas that get the American people exactly diddly shit, that's not government overreach. Making sure people can eat is. So yeah, you got it. You nailed it. We still have like 10 seconds of this video left, and I know she's gonna say something stupid. I just feel it in my bones.
Or their fellow residents in the city, or even the state. So even before you get into the political mudslinging, the basic economics of state-run grocery stores simply doesn't add up.
Well, one, the city's running it, not the state of New York. But number two, I know you might have been speaking a little bit generally. That's fine. But number two, if like a town of 500 people in the middle of the, you know, American rural center, the heart of rural America, can band together and buy a municipal grocery store and have it work just fine over the course of several years, I think that maybe the wealthiest city in America, or perhaps, I haven't checked recently, might be able to manage it. I think New York City might be able to manage a couple municipal grocery stores when a couple towns of like 500 people can also do that. I believe in the American ability to do. Who is this person? I gotta be honest. I don't know. Oh, Kate Andrews, opinion journalist at the Washington Post. Because, you know, she's presumably has some good opinions. I don't know what they are, and couldn't tell you, even if you put a gun to my head after watching that video, what opinions of hers are good. But presumably they're good enough for the Washington Post to give her a steady paycheck. Anyway, I thought that was hilariously terrible, and I wanted to share it with you guys. I do think that one of the things that has been under-commented on when it comes to conservatism and, like, you know, more like establishment conservative Democrats, is that they have lost the intellectual capacity to actually engage honestly on the merits of issues. Right? Like, her main argument was, how are we going to make sure that a store, you know, stays open and doesn't sell things to people who are rich? And it's like, well, it doesn't matter if a store sells things to people who are rich. The entire purpose of the store is to sell to people in a given area. And when the city opens that store, the store doesn't have to be run for a profit. It's just there to serve as a distribution hub for goods. That's it. I'm just... Oh boy, the Washington Post is cooked. Anyway, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm.
During wartime, America could build equipment on the scale of several tanks/planes an hour. I think we can afford to feed some people.
Right?
FFS.
Right? Like, we put people on the goddamn moon with handwritten code. We put actual human beings on a celestial body with our ingenuity and know-how. I think we can manage running a municipal store. Honestly, there's no one on earth who hates America more than conservatives. Conservatives hate America and they despise Americans, and they think that Americans are all universally incompetent morons. You know, cattle to be taken advantage of by their corporate whims. And like, I don't know, I believe that America is better than that. I think that Americans are wonderful people who can rise to meet challenges and overcome any obstacle. But like, I gotta be honest, the challenges and obstacles that I envision America overcoming are a damn sight more complicated than running a municipal store to sell groceries. We absolutely can do that. Do not let conservative billionaires sell you the lie that the people who have money are the only competent voices in the room that we should be listening to. Do not let them sell you this lie that everyone around you is an incompetent moron. Do not let them sell you that lie, because that lie is deliberate. It is spread specifically to sow distrust between you and your colleagues, your neighbors, your friends, and your family. They want to restore aristocracy. Do not give in to the peasant mindset. All right? So, all that being said, if you want to get organized against these rich motherfuckers who want to sell you the lie that, like, working class people and bureaucrats in office can't run a municipal grocery store, get organized today. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, if you don't know where to start, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks into comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, link in the description.
The funny thing is, we did a lot of that thanks to us being welcoming to ostracized immigrants. They're literally breaking one of our biggest strengths.
They're trying.
Never mind intentionally causing a brain drain.
Oh, they're absolutely trying. They're trying real hard. But the thing is, I don't think that they are succeeding. For all their money and for all their power, like, all they're succeeding in doing is isolating themselves. They're building up these gigantic vaults of wealth and hoping that, you know, the walls they're able to buy will keep them safe. And, like, that's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. Like, Minnesota's covered in municipal liquor stores. We're able to do it all the time here in the Midwest. But, like, fancy schmancy opinion journalists for the Washington Post are like, no, it's impossible. What everyday Americans do across America on the regular, it's just impossible to do. They're trying to sell you a goddamn lie. Don't buy it for a second. With all that being said, let's keep on going. Now, I do see Twitch chat, but I can't actually click the button on my end. I'm going to try and refresh it. Hopefully that will salvage this situation. It did not. FTM Sharky, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you too. All right. That being said, we've been going for about an hour now. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And folks, consider supporting the show if you're at all able with those dollary dues, because you guys make this program possible. This show made possible thanks to viewers like you.
To second that comment, America's war effort in World War II was fed by Latin America when Mexico answered the call for food from the US and rallied Latin America to provide ration support. Never forget.
True! Excellent point. Whew. It is hot in this unventilated room. Sharky, don't you worry about it. I appreciate all the support I can get. Okay. I wonder why Twitch is completely broken for me. Huh. Yeah, just mods, if one of you could post in Riverboat chat, the Twitch stream is still going, right? Yes? Cool. Thank you. All right. Let's do this. Whew. It's weird. I can't press the button over on Twitch to mark the end of a segment. Sorry, editor. We'll have to make do. Recently found this channel, enjoying it. Hell yeah, Wastelander. Glad you're enjoying your stay. All right. Let me take a quick gander over here. Okay. Let's do this. Click. Just admiring your ensemble. Thank you, Redmond Berry. It's a good look. I don't know what to say. Let's do this. So, folks, let's talk midterm primary election night. That's right, it is currently the midterm primary night for a whole host of races. But one of the main ones we want to be paying attention to is, of course, the Michigan primary election. And when we go and look over here, Abdul El-Sayed is narrowly in the lead here by about 5,000 votes. And only 42% of the vote is in, but we are in for a night. This is going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. Yeah, we're struggling. But it seems like so far Haley Stevens has had the edge when it comes to specifically mail-in votes and absentee voting. She just got a big dump of votes to kind of narrow this gap. Earlier in the night, it was really, really nice because Abdul El-Sayed was ahead by like 33 points. But that has significantly narrowed, of course, as more and more results have come in. So far, it doesn't seem to be the runaway election we were necessarily hoping for. However, these are not the results that Haley Stevens was really hoping for. Because a lot of the gains that Abdul El-Sayed made from especially votes that came in early were unexpected. And they were unexpected in that they were weighted heavily towards Abdul El-Sayed by, again, like significant margins. And granted that a lot of those early votes that came in were going to be weighted towards Abdul El-Sayed, but they were weighted towards him by an unexpectedly high margin. And it has also kind of become clear as more and more votes have come in that Abdul El-Sayed spent a lot of his time going through rural Michigan and talking with rural Michiganders. And that seems to have paid off so far. I want to highlight one of the early points that was made here by one of the election observers. Let me pull this out here. Yeah, here we go. He is in the lead in 5 out of the 6 rural counties in the region as they've begun reporting. His margins, however, vary. In Delta County, where 65% of the vote is in, he holds a lead of less than 4 percentage points over Haley Stevens. In Chippewa County, where more than 40% of the ballots have been reported, he leads by 6 percentage points. But, like, that's some excellent work done by Abdul El-Sayed's campaign, right? And a lot of what is becoming clear is that the game plan for the El-Sayed campaign was to mobilize younger voters to turn out on election day. And what that has kind of meant is that a lot of the results are coming out, you know, as they count the ballots that are, you know, were cast today. And also worth pointing out that Michigan had a record turnout in this primary by like an absurd degree. I want to point out here, do I have it ready to go? I believe we do. I don't. The refresh skewed it. Oh no. All right. Figure this out. Yes. Abdul El-Sayed is he's been trouncing in a lot of the vote dumps, but I wanted to see the size here. Yeah, here we go. Michigan set records for both mail-in voting and early voting. And also, what that means is 1.3 million people voted by mail, which is like over 200,000 more than voted by mail last time it was available. So, there's also been a 90% increase in people who voted early at the polling stations. Like, there is a lot more voting being done today than is usual for primary races in Michigan. Which is, I want to point out, something that is going to benefit Abdul El-Sayed. Bigger turnout in this race is almost certainly going to benefit El-Sayed. So, very cool to see. And unfortunately, as we're talking here, the gap between them has narrowed yet again. Now it looks like we're only looking at a 3.5% difference between the candidates. This is going to come down to perhaps a handful of thousand votes. And I, for one, am a little bit concerned. I'm concerned. I've got some concerns. Yeah. So, keeping that in mind, there have been some heartbreaking moments in this particular midterm primary season. And of note, I do want to point out here, Cory Bush, progressive favorite, got clobbered by Wesley Bell, sadly. And the DSA tried to mount a comeback here, and it did not succeed, sadly. It sucks, but I do think that DSA is not going to have its sweep. But that being said, the real fight here is in a couple of different places. Michigan is obviously the primary one we're paying attention to tonight because it has sweeping implications for specifically the Democratic Party. But one of the other places people should be paying more attention to is specifically Kansas here. This is Adam Hamilton, who is a mega pastor in Kansas, and he won his primary tonight. And people are starting to take note of him in Kansas. And specifically, there is a non-zero percentage point chance, based on some preliminary polling, that this man in particular, Reverend Adam Hamilton, might be able to flip a Senate seat in Kansas. And in fact, Republicans are deeply worried about this and have spent millions of dollars in Kansas against not just him, but other Democrats running for office. Let me just pull this up here. Yes, here we go. They spent $4.7 million, the GOP, on advertising, and that is worth pointing out. That's more money than what the GOP spent on advertising in Texas for its candidates in Texas. So it's worth noting that the GOP, as a political party, is spending some serious cash on Kansas, a place that should, for all intents and purposes, be on lock for Republicans. Like, we're talking, they literally haven't sent a Democrat to Congress in over 100 years. That's how on lock these Kansas spots should be. And yet, they are worried. Yet, they are worried and scared. And that, I think, is very, very interesting. It's very interesting indeed. And let's just take a quick look here. Here's the New York Times. Kansas is not as right-wing as some of its neighbors. Its popular two-term governor, Laura Kelly, is a Democrat, as is one of its 4 representatives in the U.S. House. Representative Sharice Davids. In 2022, voters resoundingly decided against removing the right to abortion from the state constitution. More recently, Kansas farmers were hit hard by the Trump administration's tariffs. Yeah, this guy has a 24,000 person congregation. Jesus Christ. That is big. This is one of those cases, though, where a moderate Democrat, I could concede, might do well in a district like this. Or in a state like this, rather. And so, like, I do think that there is a little bit of merit when it comes to, hey, in certain circumstances, you need to run a moderate, member of your party. because the people in that district are just more moderate. I don't think that is nearly the case in as many places as the Democratic Party would like you to believe. And that is exactly what we are seeing play out in the Michigan primary race. So, I'm excited to see how this Michigan race plays out. Looks like we got some more vote drops, and it looks like Al Sayed has pulled away just a little bit by about 0.5%. It's definitely interesting, to say the least. So that is where we're at. I know that there are other races going on right now, but we do have to be patient. We do have to wait for more results to come on in. And I don't know. I think it's quite interesting here. I know there was another race that I was particularly interested in here. Which one was it? Oh yeah, I was interested to see how this race in Michigan's 13th district was going to shape up. I know that I believe DSA is having a bit of an internal dispute here between Donovan McKinney, who I believe is backed by DSA, and Sri Thanadar, who was formerly backed by DSA. And this race is just an interesting one, I think, to pay attention to. Sri Thanadar came to prominence when like as a DSA candidate a few years ago, but after October 7th, he distanced himself from DSA specifically because he thought the DSA's reaction to the genocide against the Palestinians was too extreme for him. And so that's what's going on here between McKinney and Thanadar, as far as I understand it. I'm not an expert on this particular race. So that is all what is going on at the moment. And there you have it. Sri is a fraud. Donovan McKinney is a real DSA candidate and is likely going to win. You would say that, fellow DSA member. But yes, that is what I understand the issue to be at the moment. Don't worry about the race, even if we lose. I mean, I'm worried about the Michigan Senate race, because what is important about this race isn't like win or lose, we'll beat the Republicans. What's important about this race is sending the message that like Democratic politicians shouldn't be commodities bought and sold by the wealthy elite of this world. Like, that shouldn't just be something where like, oh yeah, a special interest group dropped like $60 million into this race, and so yeah, no point even mounting a competition here. Like, the point I think that is valuable here in voting for Abdul Al Sayed is sending the message that you can't buy elections. You can drop $100 million for all we care. You can't fucking buy us. And that's more valuable than basically anything right now, especially in the face of, the fascist administration we're facing down, So that's kind of where we're at. Michigan got me huff and hopium right now. It's going to be a long night. We're going to periodically check back in with this. And, right now it's back to 3.7%. So of a difference here. We're in we're in some wild times, but also in the counties that have reported enough votes, Abdul El Sayed is ahead of their pre-election benchmarks by a 6-point margin. That is terrible news for Haley Stevens. Holy shit! Wait a minute. El Sayed, who led by nearly 30 points in the reported vote earlier in the night, has seen his advantage shrink to less than 4 points. He's winning in-person votes by roughly 25 points. Holy shit. Y'all, if enough young people turned out, Abdul El Sayed won this. If enough young people turned out, he's got it in the bag. It's like, if enough young people turned out, it's not even going to be close. What does that mean? It means that, like, he is getting 25 percentage points more of the in-person vote than Haley Stevens is. Despite the fact that he's being outspent like 10-1 in this race by special interest groups, like, he's carrying election day voting by an insane margin. Is this where we start yelling about stop the count or something? No, we want the count to keep going. Honestly, guys, I wouldn't say we bloody did it yet. I would say that the indicators are very good. The indicators are very good, and he's overperforming what people thought he would do at this point, right? So, all of that being said, it's going to be a close one. It's gonna be a close one, but I am hopeful that this is gonna work out. Like, it's a pretty polarizing election, but it is worth noting that typically, as many of you may know, when it comes to election results, it takes longer to count the in-person ballots, and those counts don't come in until later on. So, especially in heavily populated areas, those votes are going to take a while to count up. But, you know, it's gonna be a night, and he's now outperforming the pre-election benchmarks by 8 points. Let's go. I hope he keeps maintaining this lead. I would love to see a lead by like 5 points, though. I would love to see a better one. Damn, that's wild. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I hate the stress of watching election counts. Yeah, I do have to say, as I was preparing to do the show today, I was watching the what's his name? Brett Kornacki over on CNN. I was watching his live stream of, like, just breaking down the votes coming in, and I gotta say, I do think I have, like, a distaste for... I have a distaste for treating it like it's a horse race, you know? Like, oh, and now a new batch came in, and look at that! Now Abdul El Sayed is in the lead! We're coming around the right... Like, oh, Steve Kornacki's on MS Now. That one. But, like, it's so important. Everyone wants to be one of the first people to know, and so people are glued to this shit. And, well, we got it. Like, we're getting more and more of the results. 47% now. I just think that, like, the framing of it as like a sports competition makes it way more of an us versus them mentality than it needs to be when we're talking about politics. I frame it that way to cope. That, you know, I hadn't thought about it, but maybe the sports analogy makes it easier to engage with, you know? This is incredible to watch this. It's less stressful once you kind of have a sense of where it's going. I mean, I certainly hope it is continuing to go in the correct direction. The scary part is, like, Haley Stevens has an edge when it comes to early voters and mail-in voters, and this is one of the heaviest mail-in and early vote elections that Michigan... No, this is the heaviest mail-in vote and early vote election that Michigan has ever had. At least any Michigan primary. And, yeah, it's stressful. Like, he has the
Loving
edge
the
in
jacket
in-person
and
votes.
RBJ and absolutely loving you on Tassie. Smiling
Thank
face
you.
with hearts emoji.
Christians Against Dinosaurs, thank you for the €5. Appreciate you. And glad you enjoyed me on Takis. Yeah, another percentage point trickling in here. God. It's been mostly stable for a bit. Yeah, the edge has remained fairly stable, but like, man, I'd love for that edge to go up above 5 points, you know? It's true. Michiganders, I want to see your Michigan fist. I want to see your Michigan fist. I want to see your Michigan fist. God, how do these goobers stay in power? It's genuinely baffling to me, you know? Like, I can't I can't. I desperately need to update my soundboard. I'm looking for the Michigan fist sound. Coder Joe doing the Lord's work over here. We need the Michigan fist. I need the Michigan fist. Yeah, here we go.
I want that Michigan fist! I want the Michigan fist! So I'm going to say this like the son of a Michigander. Michigan, we're the hand, right? It's nice to have fingers. They all got jobs. They all got perspectives. But I don't want the Michigan hand after your convention. I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist. I want some unity.
Hell yeah, brother.
I want that Michigan fist.
Michigan fist, you say? Smirking face emoji.
Yeah, I didn't. I do not say that. That's all Cory Booker. That's all Cory Booker, member of Congress. Also, we have so many good clips.
Mediocrity is everywhere.
I'm being told that everything I'm saying is both factually incorrect and at least mildly racist.
No, that doesn't work either. No, that doesn't work either.
Oh, I hope I've been good this year for butt Santa. Up through the butt.
Steven Crowder. I know we've gone so far afield at this point, but like I just noticed all of the Steven Crowder sound clips that we've accumulated that I have yet to add to the soundboard. God. Steven Crowder is just such a weird guy. God.
I feel like a woman.
No!
Incredible stuff.
I have no problem in taking it all.
All right, I need to stop. I need to stop. I'm having a little bit too much fun. But I will add one last thing. That if we do wind up losing Michigan, this is going to be my unvarnished reaction.
Aw, shit. Shit. Damn it. Fuck. Piss. Shit. Damn it. Aw, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Piss. Aw, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Piss. God damn it. Shit.
Oh, God. That was from Dracula's Angel. Rip Billy. Billy was a real one. All right. We've got about 50% of the votes here, and Abdul Syed is ahead by about 24,000 votes, but like, holy moly, it's too close. Dracula's Angel, yeah, it's a movie we watched on stream together. It's incredible. We'll probably watch it again at some point. I thought I recognized it? Hell yeah. Can't stop saying Michigan Fist? Yeah, once you pop, you just can't stop. Can we do a drinking/smoking game next time? Absolutely. We do need another movie night, and I do have to say I have been submitted one by our long-suffering moderator, Salmon Moose, and I'm excited to put it up for your viewing pleasure at some point. It's a little-known film titled Titanium Daydream, and I have no idea what to expect from it. Muskegon County still hasn't reported at all. They could be important. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. With all that being said, folks, we are going to take a break from keeping an eye on the results coming out of Michigan. And we're going to take a look at a few of the other things happening around the country and talk about a few of the other important news stories. All right. So, here we are. Let's do this. So, folks, I don't know how to say this, but you know how I keep telling people, and it seems like I'm just kind of going off on a weird tangent when I tell you guys that, like, men need to wipe their asses and wash their hands. And a lot of people are like, that's a really weird thing to say. Of course men wipe their asses after they take a poop. And of course they wash their hands. And I'm here to tell you that unfortunately that's statistically not true. At least when it comes to hand washing, and unfortunately all too often when it comes to wiping ass. And I want to draw your attention very specifically to a recent story that was posted in the New York Times Magazine titled, "The Most Powerful Men in America Are Eating Only Steak and Sauerkraut. Could I? I ate like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for a week. The results were fascinating." Now, it's steak and sauerkraut, and like, all right. Okay, so yeah, the premise of this article is
one of the
ate a
most
lot of
disturbing
steak.
things going on currently is how Rand Paul has anti-vaxxers thinking they won. MAGA want to destroy all.
making sure, I don't know, food poisoning doesn't get like spread across the entire country, you know? But let's take a quick look here. Because there was one part of this that really stood out to me. And no, it wasn't about like, oh, it's so hard to eat so much meat. All right. So O'Mara is the White House dietitian. He's the guy in charge of making sure people are eating right in the White House. All right? To O'Mara, the diet is not just a temporary means of losing weight, but a way to eat for good. He's been doing it for 10 years and credits it with turning his life around. At one point in our conversation, he pulled up the Bristol stool chart, which ranges from type 1, separate hard pellets, to type 7, watery, no solid pieces. O'Mara is consistently delivering type 4, smooth, soft like a snake, with pointed ends, indicative of healthy rectal function, he told me. When you start eating healthy, you don't need toilet paper, he claimed. Animals in the wild have no residual stool on their anus. He described a proper bowel movement to me this way: odorless, wipe-free, over in 3 to 7 seconds, and, quote, nearly orgasmic. Quote, I could have a bowel movement behind a sheet at a dinner party in the corner of the room, and nobody would know. Guys, I submit to you that the White House dietitian is trying to convince people in the White House, not just men in general, but the men running the country, that they shouldn't be wiping their asses after they shit. This isn't me. Those were his words. That can't be real? I'm gonna link you guys this article, right?
Animals also don't have cake like humans.
It's true. And also, worth noting, we invented toilet paper for a reason. Why did I have to learn this? As a cautionary tale for you to pass on to your children and their children after them, all right? A cautionary tale to let them know they should wipe their asses and also wash their goddamn hands. Cats ritually lick their anus. Figure out why? It's because they're not eating steak and sauerkraut all the time. God. So I don't have a whole political point to make here other than the political proposition among these like make America healthy again types is that like you don't need to wipe your ass, you don't need modern medicine, it's all just a mindset, bro. Like, they're not interested in making America healthy again. They're interested in like culling the poor. Like, the entire Make America Healthy Again project is just more poor people should die. That's it. Because when rich people make, medical mistakes, they can go to a hospital. They can go to a wellness center. They can go see professionals who will help them sort their shit out after they've fucked it up. But poor people can't really do that. So what winds up happening is that terrible, terrible medical advice is being given to, poor people across the country, and then they pay the price because they don't have the money to pay actual professionals. So yeah, that's where we're at. everything about this administration is terrible. Just truly, truly terrible.
I'm calling cap on this guy having a Bristol chart for regularly eating only sauerkraut and steak. That's not enough fiber for that.
Also, just as an FYI, this is the guy who does all this, and his name's Sean O'Mara. And yeah, he talks about his piss a lot.
This time I'm going to be talking about green urine. I have observed my urine is starting to turn green when I do a certain thing. More precisely, when I eat this superfood. I've scoured the internet. Nobody else is reporting on it, but Dr. Sean's bringing it to you. I'm not sure you'll get it right away because I think you have to be optimally healthy and work towards developing that. So this is a biomarker or biometric, in my opinion, that people should be aware about. I at least want you to be aware about it, talking about it. And it's following your color of urine and how quickly you urinate, and also when you eat food, some interesting things. So if you want to learn more about this, check out my latest YouTube video on the...
Yeah, he's got an obsession with his pee.
If they would rather die, they had better do it, and decrease the surplus population. Maha, I mean Scrooge.
I mean, everyone in MAGA has the Scrooge mindset, you know? I don't know. I don't know, guys.
Hello, everybody.
We don't need to watch this entire video with this guy, who again is the official dietitian of the White House. But this is him standing in front of two pictures of his pee jars. He keeps jars of pee. Wait, you guys don't have cesium 137 in your piss? So I don't know, guys. Like, maybe don't be taking health advice from these people. You know, bro, you're mentally ill. That, look, it's fine if you think that. Like, you can go back to taking advice from the I keep my piss in jars inside my home guy. That's fine. You can keep taking advice from the I never wipe my ass doctor. That's fine. Green piss gang. You know, like, I've heard of people taking creatine supplements and, like, their pee turning, like, changing color a little bit until their body gets used to it. I have never heard of someone whose piss is just, like, the same kind of fluorescent green as a ghost from Ghostbusters. Never seen that. That's crazy. Anyway, I didn't intend for this to be an entire, like, segment or anything, but, like, I think the lesson we can take away from this is that keeping your pee in a jar is really weird. And also, you should wipe your butt and wash your hands. So go do that. And I feel a little weird saying, if you liked this, hit the like button. So I'll just say subscribe and leave a comment, and also get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. God. The Dino Ghost demands your pee jars. God. Oh, the Dono Ghost. I mean, I like that. I like the idea of there being a Dono Ghost and a Dino Ghost. Oof. That was weird. That was a weird segment. I'm sorry. All right. Ooh. I gotta say, it is tightening up. Abdul El Sayed is in the lead now by only 22,000 votes. Ooh, I don't like it. I don't like it. He didn't know how to use the 3 seashells. That is an excellent reference. I love it. All right, folks, we have been going now for... I honestly don't know how long, because the usual way I track time for this stream is to look at the Twitch preview or the Twitch metrics. And right now, that's all borked. So I don't know how long this stream has been going. But if you're enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. So click the goddamn button. Almost 2 hours? Cool. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Oh, hell yeah, one-eyed weirdo! Thank you for the $5 super chat, one-eyed weirdo. And that is some truly big BWA energy. Appreciate that. All right. Let's continue not what you know what they say, a watched Senate primary race never boils. So we're gonna go and we're gonna actually tune into this Max Miller interview that happened on CNN earlier today. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump in? I actually have no idea. 1 second, let me take a look at this. There we go. There we go. Cool. Now I'm looking at the YouTube stream and I'm noticing something a little disturbing, which is that we have roughly 410 people watching on the YouTube stream, but we only have 215 likes. And most of those likes seem to be coming from YouTube, oddly enough. And yet there are 61 people watching over on riverboat.gg. That's right, I'm shaming you. I'm shaming you, Riverboat Chat. The YouTube chatters have been dropping so many subs and donos and memberships and hitting the like button, and yet you in your ivory tower of riverboat.gg cannot hit the like button. Harumph, I say. Harumph! I harumph at you. There we go. All this liking has been so much work. That's right. So many people harumphing now in YouTube chat. In my heart. All right. Verdant Eclipse, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. My Twitch is still broke as hell, but you know what? I did see that alert. Let's go! Peacer, thank you for being a member. The White House doctor might be mistaking Popeye the Sailor lore for public health. Look out for a loan campaign for burgers today. You gladly pay on Tuesday. Exactly. Exactly. Took out a loan. There we go. There we go. Penny and tea. All right. Here we go. It's time to duel. Hey, Lavender Dragon. Let's get into this segment. Miku. So, folks, we have to talk about Representative Max Miller of Ohio and the allegations against him from his ex-wife. Now, we did talk about this in some detail just the other day, but he has gone and done a full interview on CNN with Jake Tapper, and we are going to go over that because it's kind of astounding. Like, he's accused of allegedly, abusing his 2-year-old daughter, accused by his ex-wife of beating her head against a wall, putting a gun against her temple, like truly heinous and disturbing stuff. Seriously, there's one of her stories and one of her accusations is that he threw boiling water on her. And she is worth noting, the daughter of Bernie Moreno, another member of Congress. So we're gonna jump in and take a look at this interview because he put out a statement the other day that we went over, and it was extremely unconvincing, to say the least. Like, his statement was essentially, if I had abused my wife, would she have cooked me dinner? And like, yeah, that's a very common thing for victims of abuse to do, actually. Yeah. So, we're gonna jump into this interview and see how he does. Spoiler, I haven't seen the whole thing, but he does terribly. So let's check it out.
Now to discuss Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller. He's joining us from Los Angeles, where President Trump will touch down this evening. So, Congressman, let's start there with your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward a toddler to refuse to give it to her when she can't sleep without it.
Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing and that the senator would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake?
Yes, this is Representative Max Miller, who is, to be honest, inexplicably going out and doing an interview right now.
If he truly believed, like, I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But
what's wild about this, and Verdant Eclipse, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, appreciated. But what's wild about this is, again, like, trying to build rapport in an interview when, like, the journalist you're talking to is well aware that there are allegations you shook your daughter so hard that it broke her collarbone at 2 years old. And, like, this is not going to go well for him.
what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my daughter came to me and she said, my ex-husband did X, Y, and Z, and then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what this entire thing is about.
Well, so this is interesting because, one, we did talk about this the other day, which is that in texts that were obtained by Mother Jones, Max Miller made this exact same threat to Bernie Moreno. And it might have something to do with the fact that there was an account on Adult Friend Finder back in 2008 that is linked to Bernie Moreno's professional account. And in that account, it was looking for young men looking to travel the country. Right? So Bernie Moreno, like what might be getting alleged here is that effectively on national television, Representative Max Miller seems like he's blackmailing Bernie Moreno. And, like, what's very interesting here is that Max Miller thinks that making this threat in public makes him look better and not guilty, when, like, his argument here is actually, you know, if I had been abusive, let's actually let him make that point again here.
X, Y, and Z, and then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what...
Like, he's trying to put forward a situation where, like, in this situation, he's Bernie Moreno. And, like, he hears from his daughter that her ex-husband was wildly abusive. And rather than speak out, he doesn't say anything, right? Because he's more worried about getting outed, like, for whatever. But Max Miller doesn't seem to realize that by making this comparison, he's, like, validating that, one, he's doing some kind of blackmail or intimidation, and two, like, to a member of Congress, which is very, very stupid. And two, he seems to think that this makes him look less guilty. It makes him look more guilty, because by reiterating the threat live on national television, it makes it, like, it validates the intimidation. It makes it more obvious that he's an abusive piece of shit. Like, this is a terrible idea. Like, dog, your lawyer right off screen here is like gonna kill himself, man. Like, you fucked yourself. And we're less than a minute into a 22-minute long interview. How did you dig yourself this deep already?
What this entire thing is about. This is nothing more than an individual who's being...
Yeah, Peepo and Sons would never defend this sack of shit.
Politically vindictive and talking about a blue bunny, when I have text messages I can show you from our parent coordinator, who is a mandatory court reporter, who said that Mr. Moreno would be coming over my home, and then another individual came who I don't know.
Well, first of all,
Once again,
Congressman, you're
yes.
faulting him for both not saying anything for 2 years and for saying something in the last 2 days.
Well, that's because, Jake,
it's
I mean, to be
possible
very
that he
clear-
didn't say anything because his daughter didn't want him to say anything because he didn't want this to become any more of a spectacle than it's become.
Which is a very reasonable thing for Jake Tapper to bring up. Like, I have a lot of problems with Jake Tapper just generally, but like, I think he does a pretty good job in this interview. And also, like, the fact that Max Miller just is like, well, would these bureaucrats who are here to oversee a bitter divorce, would like, what are you not going to ask them questions about how Bernie Moreno said he would come to my house and then somebody else came to my house? And it's just like, that's the pettiest bullshit to try and like sidetrack the conversation away from the allegations against you that I've ever seen in my life.
You could say that, but also dealing with this in a private family matter, then why couldn't have we had a conversation a year ago? If Mr. Moreno felt this was the case, why do we now have to be here on national TV exposing all of our personal family drama? Why didn't he?
Well, probably because he thought that you were the kind of person who would throw boiling water on his daughter and hold a gun to her head. It's probably something that would kind of preclude interacting with you in a more civilized manner.
Come to me and say, Max, I don't believe privately that you should be in the United States Congress and that you need to look for a pathway out, and I do believe my daughter.
I don't know, but
I've
it's
had
not
many
really
conversations
the
with,
issue, though.
That isn't really the issue. The issue is, did you abuse his daughter? Like the issue is, did you actually do the abuse? The issue isn't, why didn't Bernie Moreno come to me, a man who his daughter has accused of beating her and their 2-year-old child? Why didn't he come to me and ask me politely to leave Congress? Like, what are you talking about, dog?
Right? The issue is, the one I asked you about is, did you hold this doll hostage? Because that is emotionally abusive behavior.
Mr. Tapper, no. And just to further more than that, there have been 2 investigations that have already been looked into me, and I would like to just have a little bit of moment to explain. The first investigation that was looked into me was that my ex-wife, Emily Moreno, filed a report of child abuse against me. That first incident, 2 individuals were held liable for abusing my daughter at a daycare, which I have a private settlement agreement from. I was found not guilty. They looked at my fingerprints. They made me take off my shirt. They made me look at my body to make sure that I didn't abuse my daughter. And that was number 1, Mr. Tapper. Number 2,
Dog. We need to back this up. Like, how is he, like, this makes him look like guilty as sin.
At my body to looked at. I have a private settlement agreement. Individuals were held liable for abusing my daughter at a daycare, which I have a private settlement agreement from. I was found not guilty.
I gotta be honest. The thing is, maybe when you are the being accused of abuse here, the best solution and way to address that might not be a daycare thought I was abusing my daughter and investigated me for that. Like, that kind of seems, you know, to an outside observer, pretty weird, because most people aren't both the subject of allegations that they broke their daughter's collarbone and put a gun to their wife's head, and also getting investigated by allegations from a daycare at the same time. So that's weird that you would try and go this route, I guess, is all I'm saying.
They looked at my fingerprints. They made me take off my shirt. They made me look at my body to make sure that I didn't abuse my daughter. And that was number 1, Mr. Tapper. Number 2, when I was reported for child abuse for my daughter for a broken collarbone, my daughter was in my ex-wife's care 9 out of the last 11 days, and she took her to the emergency room, which is a contempt violation from our shared parenting plan. Furthermore than that,
when my wife took our daughter to the emergency room for a broken collarbone, technically my daughter was in her care. And it is a violation of our like, I'm sorry, bringing your daughter to the emergency room for a broken bone is a violation of your shared parenting plan? I gotta be honest. Number one, this kind of seems to me like he's admitting the allegations are true. And number two, if you have to fall back on, well, yeah, my daughter's collarbone was broken, but my wife broke our parenting agreement by bringing our daughter with a broken collarbone to the hospital, that sounds terrible. Like that's I have to be clear from a legal perspective. All of these are still allegations. But if you wanted the allegations to seem less true, as opposed to more true, this is not the way to go about it. It's making Max Miller look incredibly guilty.
Mr. Tapper, is this.
Yeah, my wife broke our agreement by seeking medical attention for our child is an insane argument to make.
These matters have already been looked into. Ms. Moreno has already gone to the police. The police are not investigating it. Ask yourself, why aren't they investigating these things? You see yourself, I am not getting any special treatment. I have never done these things. These things have already been investigated. Yeah. I have no police reports looked into me, and we actually have evidence.
I've had no police look into me. Yeah, but, worth noting that the, House Ethics Committee has opened an investigation into the allegations. So, like, this is not gonna go away. It also doesn't make him look better. Like, I do think that he thinks he's way smarter than he is. I do think he's one of those guys who thinks that he is, like, one step ahead of everybody, right?
Sorry, just got here. The Iran war is over?
Yes and no, we'll get to it. But he thinks he's really fucking smart. Oh, he requested an ethics investigation into himself. Well, yeah, because he knew he was going to get investigated. Because this all blew up just like a couple days ago. Like, you requested it because you knew it was coming. Yeah, not a normal thing to say at all.
Unlike the other side. And so, it's an honor for me to have a platform like this to continue to fight and to continue to show the American people that I've already been looked into. Right. I'm happy to be looked into again.
Is there anything that your ex-wife or your former father-in-law, Senator Moreno, say about you that is true? I mean, Senator Moreno said on Sunday that you have admitted privately that you need to get help.
This is the unfortunate part about this business, Jake, is that he's never told me that, and that's an extreme projection. There's only one person between myself and Emily Moreno who's been actually diagnosed with a medical condition.
But have you ever said
and
that?
That's not me, yes, and I have it in her own words, and
but
you
have
can
you
listen
said
to
it? Have you ever said that you need to get help, that you need to see a counselor?
No, not to him, no.
No, to anyone. Have you said it to Emily?
Oh, well, Jake, I think a lot of people within this country see a therapist. I've been seeing a therapist over the last decade of my life. This isn't anything new. I don't know why this would be any more important than anything else. I think it's healthy to talk to somebody and to share what's going on with.
Yeah, the issue isn't that you go to therapy, my guy. That's not what people are acting like you're weird for doing. It's literally everything else. Like, It's so horrific.
Isn't the guy to the left the guy who crashed out after a candidate called Trump a pedo, aka just stating the truth?
I don't know. Honestly, like, that would describe too many people in mainstream media, but genuinely have no idea.
Within your life and to work through problems. I don't look at this as a negative thing for someone to seek therapy, to go through something. And
Agreed.
yes, Jake, I've been seeking therapy for the last 10 years of my life.
Okay.
And I'm proud and honored to admit that.
When you did your live stream on Twitter or X on Sunday, you said you were doing so to protect your daughter. And you did so, and you also released a Dropbox on X with files involving your family to show that you were a good dad. Now, one of the files was an image of your daughter naked. And
this is something that came to light just over the last day, which is that in an effort to prove himself innocent, he dropped a naked image of his 2-year-old daughter, and I gotta be honest, it's really, really fucked up that he's trying to prove his innocence and in the process it endangers his daughter, which is really fucked up, and also, incredibly damning for his case that he's trying to make. Obviously. He didn't care enough to make sure that wasn't in there. Wait, but he's a parent? Yet the problem is, he's distributing that material to the entire internet.
it was available in that Dropbox for a day before that photograph was removed. It's an image that your ex-wife's attorney says could qualify as child sexual abuse material. Your attorney has said that he is the one who did that, and he apologizes, but it is shockingly reckless behavior by you and your team.
I wouldn't say that it's shockingly reckless. That photo that was put...
I gotta be honest. I have to be honest. If you were truly innocent in this situation, and your lawyer just posted what could reasonably be constituted, considered child sexual abuse material of your daughter onto the internet and left it up for a full day, and you're a member of Congress, I would consider that reckless. And your lawyer ass should be out on the street. You should be nowhere near a parent who actually gives a shit about their child. If this happened, would immediately yeet those lawyers. Immediately. Instead, he's defending them.
In there is actually a part of an investigation by the Child and Family Protective Services, and that is already public knowledge that people can go and they can look through court-reported mandates. This is being...
I gotta be completely honest with you. I think he's lying very hard here. I don't think you can just go into publicly open court records and find naked pictures of children. I don't think you can actually do that. And if you can, that is frankly insane and should be immediately rectified.
Being taken very much out of context. There was no genitalia of my daughter that was exposed, and this is once again a very salacious headline.
It's not
publicly
available. We called the court today.
He is just straight up lying. Jake Tapper did his due diligence. Good job, Jake.
It's not publicly available,
but
your attorney apologized.
I'm not defending it. It's awful.
You just defended it. You said it was taken out of context.
Well,
you just spent the last couple sentences defending it and saying it wasn't. It wasn't irresponsible.
It is taken out of context in terms of how the articles have been written about it. I didn't do this. My attorney took full responsibility. I believe that it's awful. There was never any intent to do that. What I did on Sunday, okay, Jake, I went on CNN with Lauren Fox for a 45-minute interview about a month ago.
Right.
And
We
only
ran some of it.
And, right. You ran some of it, but only 6 minutes of that interview was played.
That's how
and
TV
the reason,
works.
I know, Jake, but here's the deal, okay? She asked me a question, and she asked me a very, laced question and said, your ex-father-in-law and your ex-wife say that your daughter is terrified to go to your home. Every single time they say she's terrified. I then played Lauren Fox 3 separate audio videos, of my daughter saying, I do not want to go to mommy's, I do not want mommy's, and I do not feel safe. None of that made it out there.
But like, that's not, you realize how that has nothing to do with the allegations against you, right? Like, that's not relevant to the allegations against you that you got on camera your 2-year-old daughter to say 3 different things out of context.
Why?
Because
that
it was
is
recorded
why,
without her permission, is my understanding of it.
No, it's a one-party consent in the state of Ohio.
That's not at all the point. If you're being interviewed and they're like, hey, you recorded these things without permission, and your response is, well, it's a one-party consent state. Which just means, yeah, you didn't get permission. Like, you're not disproving them, you're just saying you can't be held legally liable, or criminally liable for making those recordings, which is not, in fact, the same thing as getting consent to record things.
And this is what I've had to do in order to get my truth out. I mean, you could say this is what the media does. They take a 45-minute interview and they...
No one cares? I mean, I think people care. I think people care if a member of Congress, like, is breaking 2-year-olds' bones and, like, trying to shoot their wife. Like, I think people care about that, generally.
Clip it to 6 minutes of what they want the American people to see. That's why I did the live stream to lay everything out,
but
and I'm not hiding.
Congressman, I'm not talking about whether or not it was legal or illegal to record your ex-wife. I'm saying...
Jake Tapper, you're so bad at covering issues like Gaza and like student protests on campuses. But now when you actually try, look at you go. Look at you go.
That the reason we didn't air it is because it was our understanding that the recording was done without her permission. That's something else. That's discretion. That's journalism. That's not a question of legality.
Okay,
but let's talk about it, because there is a police report from the suspected child abuse incident in February involving your daughter, and that report details that the child protection team says that your child had a right clavicle fracture and, quote, a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint and appears to have been inflicted, unquote. Now, your ex-wife stated...
I'm sorry, you thought that people looking into the police material was going to, like, exonerate you on this one?
The police that your child told her in the days leading up to the discovery of the injury, quote, "Daddy, kill you." And your ex-wife also said your child had said, "Daddy angry and Daddy's house is scary." Now, according to your wife, your daughter articulated these statements to Children and Family Services. So can you explain why your child may have said those things?
Jake, I wish you could talk to my beautiful baby girl. She can't string together sentences like that. She's 2.5 years old. She doesn't have...
You literally just talked about making recordings of her saying phrases and things along those lines. And also, 2.5-year-olds can absolutely talk.
The ability to articulate any of what you just said. That is an entire fabrication of the truth. I have actual video, actual documentation.
But didn't you just
tell
me that
through two investigations.
You just told me that she had said that she was scared to go to mommy's house.
She is, and I have video of it.
But
and
now you're saying that she's not capable of saying, Daddy, kill you? I mean, it seems like she's either able to say one but not the other.
Jake,
that doesn't make sense.
Jake, to be very direct, this is incredibly disturbing. I am not going to my child to say, Daddy, kill you. You have to look at the timing of everything that is taking place, right? What about due process? I have already been through these investigations, and I know that I've said that.
Yeah, just as an FYI, the average development of language is that within like the first year and some change, like kids learn how to say like basic names like mama, dada, you know, stuff like that. After another year of language development, they can absolutely string a few words together to convey concepts.
Now 3 times, and we're kind of just blowing past this, but these are individuals who do their jobs to protect kids. And the main job of the court and the main job of Child Protective Family Services and the main job of our judge who has been appointed to our divorce case is to make sure that our daughter is safe. And every single one of those individuals has agreed with me. I have full shared parenting. I still have full medical parenting, half. I still have full half education. If any of these things were true, Jake, a judge would have taken our baby girl out of my hands. What you have is a very sadly politically motivated scenario to where, you know, people want to see me go away, and all of this happened, and I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Take it for what you want. Look, this live stream, the impetus for the resignation, okay, came because an individual thought something was going to be said on that live stream that I had no intention of saying.
Here's the thing. You're talking about a level of standard of proof that has to do with judges. And there is separately a different level when it comes to what kind of behavior is tolerated among public officials. Because there are now 3 women who have accused you of violent behavior.
Yeah, this is news to me, which is that apparently he now has not just allegations from his ex-wife and 2-year-old daughter, but also 3 additional women came forward with allegations of abusive behavior from Max Miller.
Politico published a report in 2021 that says when you were in high school, you, quote, pushed a girl out of the dorm of his room and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to 3 people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Now, you did not...
Like... Dog pushed a girl downstairs.
Deny that, but the woman in question told Mother Jones reporter Abby Vasulis just days ago that it happened and was, quote, one of the more traumatic nights of her life. Now,
I would love for that individual to go on the record because that...
Okay,
Jake, I was
hold on, because I'm not done with the list of women
that
that have accused you of violence. Then there is former White House press secretary. Okay, you were young.
Oh, that's 13 years old. That doesn't... Like, I'm sorry. If you're in college, you're grown. You don't get to use the excuse of, oh, I was young and ignorant. I didn't know any better. I didn't know I shouldn't push people downstairs at that point in my life. Like, shut the fuck up. Oh, it was just so long ago. I couldn't possibly be bothered to know that it was wrong to push people downstairs in a fit of rage.
And there's a former White House press secretary, Stephanie Grisham, who was your ex-girlfriend. She accused you of being abusive and having a violent streak. She wrote in her book, quote, I could do nothing right by him. I would wake up every morning shaking with anxiety about his mood that day. I had seen his temper before and it had scared me, unquote. She has recently filed a temporary restraining order against you in a defamation case. And now there are these claims from your ex-wife, Emily Marino. And I guess the question is, are all 3 of these women who don't know...
Oh, sorry, not 2 additional women.
...each other, are all 3 of them lying?
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why. Every single time, and people have asked me, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out?
I guess. All the women be lying. You know? The woman from college, the woman from politics, the woman he was married to, the baby girl that he allegedly broke a collarbone on. They're all just lying, of course. They're all in it together. They're in cahoots.
Of this race, are you going to resign? Are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no. And I can tell you why. In 2016, when President Donald J. Trump faced the most extreme allegations in the world that hit him day after day after day, and people in the media, very much like yourself.
Oh God, he's trying to pull a goddamn Donald Trump. You don't got the cult of personality, bud.
And others said that he would have no shot at winning, that he should not be the president of the United States. But guess what? He stayed in and he was resilient. And what the American people can see is that they can see that somebody is fighting who is resilient, and that is a quality that the American people cherish.
Allegations, Trump admitted it on camera. He did. Donald Trump talked about sexually assaulting women on camera. And what he's doing here isn't so much now trying to argue his innocence. He's trying to say, I'm like Trump, because his main concern at the moment isn't even looking like he didn't do it. His concern is shoring up Republicans in the base by painting himself and Trump as the same person.
Trump threw a gal downstairs. His ex-wife. She got poisoned on the way down.
I feel like you're making a joke, but I don't understand the joke. But thank you for the $5 super chat.
And so for no second am I going to sit here and continue to be debased by false and baseless allegations and be pushed out of a seat I have worked so hard to represent and done a terrific job for our community. My record in Congress on the Ways and Means and House Foreign Affairs and bringing back money for our district. Right.
Yeah, but notice how you ran all the way away from any of the allegations against you here to talk about how, really the media is lying, and also I've done a lot of really great things, which isn't really relevant to whether or not you threw boiling water on your ex-wife.
Right. And standing up for the Ukrainian people and also voting to protect Obamacare during this entire time. This is why no one's attacking me on my policy, Jake, because they can't. I've been a good legislator.
Yeah, but you're not here to do an interview about your brilliant policy making.
What they're trying to do is create rumor mills without evidence. It's all hearsay. All hearsay.
Do you realize it's not hearsay if it is firsthand testimony from women, and I just named 3 people that are providing firsthand testimony. That's not hearsay. But do you realize what it is in terms of how tall an order it is for voters and your colleagues and everybody watching right now to believe that 3 women who don't know each other made up accusations of you being violent, and you are telling the truth here, they are lying? That is a difficult thing for people to believe, right?
No, not in this.
No, I'm just such a stand-up guy.
Instance, because every single one of these things that you're brought up, unlike other candidates throughout the country, I've already had investigations into. The domestic abuse allegation that you're referring to against my ex-wife, Department of Child and Family Services already reviewed that, and they viewed that nothing happened. Bay Village Police Department, Ms. Moreno filed the police report. The prosecutor looked at it. They looked at it for a very long time. There was nothing there. My case is much different than everyone else that has been laid out before. Yes, I have tangible evidence, and I have also had investigations that have cleared me of every single thing you have mentioned,
Except,
to be clear.
Let's talk about this, because in the custody lawsuit, there was a discovery phase. And Emily Marino's lawyers asked you a series of questions about past alleged incidents. And some of them you denied outright. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And others you refused to answer at all. Your lawyers claimed they were not relevant. And the ones you didn't answer include the incident involving the stairs or your past alleged drug use. If you ever referred to the birth of your child as, quote, setting your playground on fire. If you were ever kicked out of college. You wouldn't answer them. I mean, I can tell you that I never did any of those things. Why can't you?
Because.
Holy shit. Yeah, like Lady Raincloud, I'm right there with you. Like, fuck Jake Tapper, but honestly, he's doing great. He's doing great, baby girl. You keep doing what you're doing, but then bring this energy to, other topics.
Well, Jake, if you're wondering, I'm happy to
Well,
answer those
I should say I
questions
have
to you.
smoked marijuana.
Right.
I'm sorry, I take that back. I have smoked pot before it was legal. So,
Jake, stop it, you bad boy, you. Stop it, Jake. Pretty soon you're gonna put on a baseball cap and turn it backwards, you rogue.
Okay,
I'm getting it all out on the table.
Yeah, and that's great. So have I, and I don't think, previously when I was younger or even, a few years ago, there's anything wrong with cannabis use, as it's legal in 39 out of 50 states in the country.
In the Mother Jones story, it said
But
when you were picked up for
when
the
you
drunk
talk to-
driving, you had ecstasy in your system.
Look,
Oh, that's a little bit different though, isn't it? Oh my god. Jake. It makes me madder at Jake Tapper in retrospect to know that he had this kind of interviewing skill and he wasted it so fucking often over like the last couple, not even couple, the last several decades. Like, however long he's been in this job. He's been like trying to go after like college kids protesting genocides. And like, dude, use your powers for good instead of evil, man. Like, you're doing so much better here. We can all root for you.
Once again, these are already investigations, and we're bringing up things from 15 to 20 years ago.
But why wouldn't you answer those questions in Discovery? Why wouldn't you answer the questions about whether or not you would push that girl down the stairs?
Well, because it never happened. Why would I give something credibility and answer for something that...
You could just say no. For example, you could just deny the thing. Like, you're being investigated. Like, in this situation, you're being investigated for whether or not you're a fit parent to raise a child. So why would you answer it honestly? Like, because you should answer those questions honestly.
That never happened.
But you did that for other. You did that for other questions.
But this woman isn't even coming forward. I don't know who you're referencing. Unless these people actually put a name to these allegations and come forward, I don't know how the American people can continue to believe things.
I mean, 2 of them are named.
Like this.
When's the last time you ever used illegal drugs? Because
you're being drugs.
Yes, because you're being investigated right now by the House Ethics Committee.
The last time, I would have to say, the last time I had illegal drugs would have been, I don't know, several years ago. I mean, I don't have a time.
I have to be honest, I do not believe him.
Frame on it, but I don't use illegal drugs. No, Jake, this is what they're doing, okay? This whole, needles thing.
Like, he knows that if he answers that anywhere remotely near honestly, he's fucked. And as a result of this ethics committee investigation.
This is testosterone replacement therapy. People are painting this as something that it's not. Secretary Hegseth, who is...
I'm sorry. Are you... He's illegally taking testosterone? Dog! Guys, why does it always boil down to, like, these insecure man babies in the Republican movement need gender-affirming care for their cisgender asses? And it's, but they dedicate, like, their entire political existence to, like, making sure trans people can't get gender-affirming care. It's crazy. Also, again, the fact that he's admitting to illegally taking testosterone is crazy. When he's being investigated, specifically, part of it is for illegal drug use.
The Secretary of War, just 3 weeks ago, allowed our entire military, who are males, to take testosterone replacement therapy. That's what I was
But you know, the females though, you don't get the testosterone therapy. That's all. It's only for the boys. It's only for the boys. Let's hear it for the boys. Which, by the way, should include trans men.
If they didn't have double standards, they'd have no standards at all.
It's true.
Doing. I have not
I
been
mean, I think it's pretty clear that Max Miller proves they have no standards at all.
using any illegal drugs. This is nonsense, and this is much more of how Mr. Moreno and and my ex-wife are continuing to put this stuff out there.
Well, I think it's
when
because
I'm very
there are,
open.
I think it's
but
because there are
TRT is
three
legal.
women that I think it's because there are three women that have alleged violence. I don't think any of this is actually about illegal drugs at all. I think it's because three women have alleged violent behavior by you, and two of them are fairly high.
Yeah, frankly, no one would give a shit, and it wouldn't matter if he had done illegal drugs. It only matters now because he's being investigated for abusing women.
Profile on the record.
But Jake, once again, the one part that I am never going to back down from and that the American people need to continue to look at is number one, I have had 2 full investigations that lasted almost a year into these child abuse allegations and into these domestic abuse allegations, okay? And I have.
You say
and
you'll
I have
never
been
back
cleared
down
that.
from it, but you sued Stephanie Grisham for defamation, and then you back down from that suit, right?
I will never back down, except for that one time.
No, that's not true. There was a settlement agreement. And so I would love to talk to you about that, but I can't. And so, but I didn't back down from that. And it was settled. And there's a reason for that. And that's all I can say regarding it.
Let me ask you.
But if you're asking, sorry.
You spoke with the president yesterday. Did he tell you what he is telling aides?
I'd thought he's grasping at straws, but even the straws nope the fuck out of there.
That's true.
Privately, that he does not think you can win.
Look, the conversation I had with him yesterday at 9 a.m., and I've gotten a million phone calls about this, and this is what's so troubling. Look, he called me and he said, Maxie, it's going to be a tough race. And he said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States. And I have the utmost confidence that my constituents back home know me. This race is a home race. This isn't about what the national media thinks. This isn't about what people in California or New York or Florida think about what goes on in Ohio 7.
I mean, do you think the people in Ohio 7 don't care if you are the kind of man who would break a child's collarbone? Because I think people generally care about that.
What you're going to see here, Jake, is that I am going to be successful in this November because my constituents know who I am, and they also know who my ex-father-in-law is, and they also know who my ex-wife is. And that's why you've seen people aren't running from me. My numbers in fundraising are strong. Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone else, they're standing behind me. No one has told me to get off the ballot, and that's because they know I can win this seat and see this through. And that's what we're going to do. You know what? That is a question, Jake, I have been struggling with, look, over the last couple of weeks. But I'm going to look at you the same way I think you would look at me if you were in my shoes, which is I am never going to give up. And what I mean by that is my daughter's going to grow up one day, and she's going to see all of this. And she's not going to see that her father caved to political and social media pressures for something that he never did. And furthermore than that, there are more than 50% of the people within this country who are divorced. And men get a really bad shake when it comes to family court. And
unfortunately, this might actually play well with a certain demographic in the Republican Party.
He just keeps saying and doing all the things abusers do and acting like we're crazy for putting the pieces together.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he's gaslighting on like an industrial level, right? Like he's playing for sympathy at the moment. He's trying to do like the men's rights activism thing, which is like, oh yeah, family court is always so skewed against men, yada yada yada. He's going after the divorced dad demographic within MAGA, which is a very large contingent.
it's not addressed enough in any way possible. And so here's what I can tell you is that I've received more support than ever from our community, from the people where I live. And that is why we are going to stay in this race and be successful.
Oh, Jazz Dog, that is a solid prediction. Crowder interviews him live in studio. It's like a week away.
And you're right. The allegations, they're incredibly troubling. I agree they're troubling. But if they were true, I'd be in prison. And there's the only reason out of myself and other Republican...
I mean, that's not true at all. Like, there are plenty of abusive pieces of shit who never see the inside of a prison cell. Like, also, you're a member of Congress. It provides you a certain level of protection against legal, like, consequences.
Colleagues, that I'm the only one that doesn't have an active investigation into it. And so at the end of the day, you know, I let the truth speak for itself, and the truth is right there. And I will never, ever, ever let my baby girl see her dad walk away as a quitter. I will continue to finish this, and if I have to run all the way to the end and I'm not successful, Jake, then that's a decision that I decide to make, and I can hold my head way up high knowing that I fought for the truth no matter what circumstances and no matter what came my way every single day, that Ruthie Miller will know that she's proud of her dad who bears my last name. Well,
I think there's supposed to be audio from Jake Tapper here, but this is weird.
Right. And all I can tell you is this, Jake, is that I hope that you and the rest of the media do the same amount of digging as you are into me as you will into those other two. Because as you can see right now, and I understand I'm the member of Congress, so deservedly so, the spotlight, the attention, the media. But throughout this process objectively, how come people aren't asking the tough questions out of them? I mean, it's been a free runway of just me being a punching bag without articulating my points and presenting the evidence that we have here today and others.
I mean, the allegations are against you. Like, they're the ones making the allegations. You have yet to disprove any of them.
Men aren't treated fairly in family courts. Fact, no, they aren't. Cope harder. Also, my very abusive sperm donor got away with it.
Yeah, there are plenty of abusive pieces of shit who get away with being abusive pieces of shit. It's awful. And also, yeah, statistically, there isn't like this rampant abuse of like the family court system, you know, that like is prejudiced against men. As far as I'm aware, I haven't seen any convincing arguments to that effect. Excellent point, E.P. Sapphic.
Well, Jake, I got to tell you, in this country, due process is a thing, and everyone is entitled to it. And once again, I have been absolved of these claims that you continuously are bringing back up, especially the most recent one with Miss Moreno. Once again, the Department of Child and Family Services and Bay Village Police Department took her report. They investigated everything that she said, both the Bay Village Police Department and both Child and Family Services. And you can see right now, I'm not getting any special treatment, Jake. So if I really did those things, why wouldn't I be in prison? It's because it's an extreme fabrication of the truth. And look, at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to push. I am going to win this race. And my daughter will see that her father is going to be back in there. And then when we come back next term, my hope is you and I can have other conversations that will be a lot better than this about how we can move our country forward.
That dude did not convince me that he is a wholesome father figure. He very much failed in that regard. I will say Q-Berry Shortcake in Riverboat Chat is correct. The statistic about men getting the kids less often is skewed because men often state they don't want the children. Yeah. 100%. I want to unlearn this. Please finish this segment. That's fair. This guy sucks. And the more I see him, the more convinced of him sucking I become. Now, I can't definitively say that this guy did it. That would be irresponsible of me. But I will say, if that interview was designed to make people think he is a wrongly accused innocent man who just loves his country and is loyal to Donald Trump, it didn't work in the way he intended. And instead, it just kind of makes him look obscenely guilty, might be the phrase that I would choose. It makes him look that way. I can't definitively say, for legal reasons, that it makes him, that he definitely did any of these things, but it certainly makes him look guilty as hell. So anyway, folks, if you want to get organized and create a political movement that doesn't tolerate people who are this bad at doing interviews, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and get involved organizing today. So choose to do that. If you need help making it to your first meeting, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and folks, go check out ImageneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImageneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And last but not least, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments really help in the algorithm. Let's keep on going. Woof. Well, we did it. We made it through maybe one of the train wreckest interviews I've ever seen in my life. Max Miller has demonic armies in his mind. It's true, and not the cool kind. Let's check in with the Michigan race real quick here. Let's see. We've got 72% of the votes in, and Abdul El Sayed. It is narrowing, and that doesn't make me feel great. It is now a difference of 3 points between Abdul El Sayed and Haley Stevens. I was really hoping it would widen to 5 points. I do not like the narrowing of the race. It's still a 3-point lead, which isn't nothing. It translates to roughly, 45,000 votes, which is nothing to sneeze at. But there's still a lot of votes left to be counted with, 27% of the vote left. So like I'm still not feeling great. I hope it's done. I hope you guys are correct. But I am not going to rest on my laurels and start celebrating just yet. Yeah, I'm in sweating profusely mode, Ivan Holmes, 100% right there with you. Victor Marks went on Piers Morgan. Oh, fuck. Chat. Okay, chat. New goal. If we hit 500 subs, we cover Victor Marks on Piers Morgan. All right? If we hit 500 subs, we cover Victor Marks on Piers Morgan. If that is a thing, we do it. All right? God, whoever Piers Morgan has doing their his fucking booking, it's insane.
You recounted a story where...
Okay, we'll tease it. We'll tease it real quick. Also, Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership, and Nocturnal8999. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. YouTube holding down the line today. Let's take a look here.
You recounted a story where your dog apparently sensed a demonic presence, prompting you to step in and cast out 5 demons from a woman. Is that true?
That was the only time that my dog keyed up on an individual, the male, that I thought was possibly a trafficker.
I don't think it's unreasonable, given you want to be governor of Colorado, that people are going, well, hang on, is this guy the real deal?
With the Democratic Socialists just...
Why is he like maroon colored? What happened to him to turn him that shade?
starting to barrel through. We are going to become a California, and I'll tell you, that's the saddest part.
You want to get rid of borders?
We're going to become a California? I'm sorry, Colorado's gonna become one of the strongest economies in the world? Like, what the fuck? Is this the Onion or is this the actual news? Victor Marx is the actual honest-to-God candidate for the GOP in the Colorado gubernatorial race. So, no, unfortunately, Colorado Republicans are just fucking insane. So, yeah, that is something we will do if you guys make it. You guys make it all the way up. All right? Yeah, Victor Marx, he calls in civilian airstrikes for sure. Just, I do want to remind you all, we do have an anthem that references Victor Marx.
Thank you for joining us here at the Cable Center on the beautiful campus of the University of Denver. I'm Kyle Clark from 9 News, here alongside my colleague Marshall Zellinger. Victor Marx, thank you for your time.
Great to be with you.
So you have agreed to debate your Republican opponents on 9 News next week, and that discussion is going to focus on policy. Our conversation here is going to talk about your backgrounds and your qualification.
Great.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
Who is this guy? Oh, the guy in the picture is a Giga Chad version of Kyle Clark, Colorado's best newsman.
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
When you say I perform exorcisms.
Yeah. You described yourself as a quote-unquote reluctant exorcist.
Right.
Yeah. Describe to me how your exorcisms work when you command demons out.
Well, that's a joke, the way I say that. But as a follower of Christ and someone who's very familiar with evil, I believe the Word of God.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
Incredible stuff. No. The 120-degree turned hat is hilarious on him. Yeah. Love it. All right. Took a little break. Let's check back in. And fuck, my blood pressure is not going down. We are now 2.8% separated. Don't do this to me, Michigan. Don't fucking do this to me. I will. So help me. I will pull up the Billy soundbite.
Oh, shit. Shit. Damn it. Fuck. Piss. Shit. Damn it. Oh, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Piss. Oh, damn it. Shit. Fuck. Piss. God damn it. Shit.
I hate this. We still have 25% of the vote left. Fuck. I do have to say, Mallory McMorrow over here doing, Abdul El Sayed a favor, I think, by staying on the ballot. But like, fuck, dog. So long as Colorado doesn't go the route of someone like Newscomb as governor and tech oligarchs. Well, I got bad news for you about Jared Polis. I read she suspended. She did, but she's still on the ballot, You think Haley might contest it if it's this close? I mean, I think it would have to be much closer for her to contest, but if it is very close, then yeah, she'll absolutely contest it. How long does it have to be in order to be called? I mean, until they finish counting the votes. Right now, a difference of like 2.8% is not enough for them to call with still 25% of the votes outstanding. It looks like okay, it looks like perhaps Detroit isn't fully Detroit hasn't actually started being counted yet. According to the New York Times here, we've got data from the suburbs, mid-sized cities, smaller cities and suburbs, and rural. But we have no data yet from Wayne County, Detroit. So that's really gonna be what makes it or breaks it. And hopefully the pattern holds that he's got more support from like working class Michiganders. But like ah ah all right. Yeah, so far in Wayne County, we have 60% of the votes in, and it's leaning by about 7 points towards Haley Stevens. That's not great. You guys always worry so much that I'm right. I hope you're right. I live in Wayne County, and I swear we better pull this off. I hope you guys do. God. Okay. Let's do our segment on Iran. Let's do that. Okay? Let me organize this a little bit first. Go. This over there. This over here. This. There we go. We do not need this video up. This over here. And we did cover that. Okay, cool. Dearborn didn't vote Syed? No, I believe they did. So far, Abdul El Sayed has overperformed in rural areas. So far, from what we've seen. But yeah. I'm sure Syed took Dearborn. Dearborn is part of Wayne County? Cool. It might be that like a lot of those in-person votes have yet to be counted, especially in a city the size of Detroit. So perhaps a lot of those outstanding votes are in person, and if so, and El Sayed's edge holds, then that would be a really good sign for him. Wayne County was rumored to go to Stevens. I mean, it is leaning towards Stevens in the preliminary data, but I think a lot of that data is coming in from the suburbs. So we'll have to see how that shakes out. What county is Detroit? Wayne County. Wayne County is also Dearborn. Oh, don't like this. Don't care for it. We're now at a 2.6% difference. Don't like it. All right, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna stop looking at that, and we're going to go talk about Iran. Let's do this. Abdul is giving a live speech.
Ad after ad after ad after ad on TV. We're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so, to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to ask, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you.
Let's go. I love a strong king.
I gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck. How am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look.
Okay.
Forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them.
Is he
raise
calling
our
victory?
prescription
No.
drug prices.
No, he's not calling victory. He's giving a speech to rally people's spirits. He's like, because people are nervous. People like you and I, we look at these results and we're nervous. And that's not to say that it looks really bad right now. He is in the lead. It's better than being behind at this point. But he's nervous, you know?
And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era
Or rather, we're nervous and he is trying to help us.
Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all, because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday, who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome. of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time...
Okay, we've got an interesting insight here from the city of Detroit, enhancedvoting.com. I don't really know what this is, but it is saying voter turnout was low, which is at odds with what I've seen. Curious here. Got partial reporting from a lot of different districts, but we don't actually have full reports from any of them, which is a problem. I do think, however, that perhaps the ballot cast total is not accurate, considering that if it was, we would be getting official reporting at a much higher percentage of, like, the tally. What I mean by that is that the New York Times is currently reporting, for example, that Wayne County... So pull this up here. Yeah, Wayne County, according to the New York Times, right now has 190-some thousand votes cast. And this is saying ballots cast only 94,000. I don't know that this is necessarily indicative of Wayne County itself. I guess just Detroit, the city, but that's not really helpful for us at the moment. We'll see.
Equal access
Hopefully
to
it's wrong.
citizenship for years. Continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to
he
see
won?
those
Not
challenges
yet.
and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in...
Yeah, I'm just talking about Wayne County. I'm not talking about the rest of the state, guys. Please, for the love of God.
An era of historical inequality. In an era where we carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250.
Someone in my chat unironically coming in here and saying, bring back Confederate states. I don't know. Minnesota didn't put a bunch of y'all in the ground for you to rise again. Probably shouldn't do that.
And I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids.
The fact that this is even close dampens the hope that I have moving forward. Well, to be fair, you shouldn't allow this to dampen the hope, because what they've tried to do is buy the election with tens of millions of dollars. And the proof of this election is that they can't do that, right? No amount of money would allow them to buy this election. And so, while it is close right now, That closeness is a result of our hard work. It is the result of people who give a shit, caring and doing door knocking and doing phone banking and organizing on the ground in a million little ways, an uncountable number of connections between one another, between communities. And, you know, our victory here would be a beautiful thing. And I do think that we are going to win. I was just, you know, I was hoping initially that it was going to be just a cut and dry blowout. And that is not what we are getting, but that is okay.
We treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America.
I will point out that the counties that remain don't necessarily have a clear leader. If I were to guess, they would lean slightly towards Abdul El Sayed, because we're looking at Wayne in particular, where Dearborn is, and also Macomb and Genesee. So I do think that this is going to become a much tighter lease. This is going to be a much tighter race than we would like. I do think he's going to be able to pull it out. But, like, man, it does not feel good. I understand it does not feel good. Oh, boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's this I hear about Detroit-leaning Stevens? Wayne County just has a lot of outstanding votes. Apparently, historically, they've been very slow to count votes. So, we'll see what happens when in-person voting gets tallied. If he wins, we take the win, and I hope he does. Indeed. Indeed. I think of these next 2 years as praying for a stopgap, but the real change is in activism over many, many years and tears. Indeed, Malicito, you get it. You get the grand struggle I've brought you all into, or attempted to, at least. Can she demand a recount? I believe any politician in any election can demand a recount. The question is, would it actually help her? And so far, it's not so close that a recount would actually save her bacon. She's still trailing by like 23,000 votes. That's a very large gap to overcome. That being said, if it narrows down to like 1,000 or less, then a recount might be something that would be that she would call and could change the outcome. Jack, answer the ice cream question. I don't know what Israel comes to me in my dreams flavor of ice cream would be. I don't know. Like I have no answer to that one. I'm so tired. Yeah. Please, Jack, put on the bunny ears. I don't have bunny ears. Also, y'all haven't thrown enough subs and donos at me for me to even consider doing that. Like, damn. But I will say this. I do have this bottle of whiskey. And we're going to talk about a run. And after we talk about a run, we're going to check back in on this race. And we're going to see where we're at. And hopefully not vomit. And if we do succeed, I'm going to pop this open and celebrate. If we are still waiting on results, then we're going to jump into our What If Alt Hist Part 2 to really well and truly get silly in here. Okay? What kind of whiskey? It's a locally distilled whiskey. It's called 10,000 Drops. It's made in Faribault, Minnesota, and it is a single barrel bourbon, and is quite nice. Quite nice. I like it. Gotta rep my local whiskey makers, you know? Minnesota makes good whiskey. I don't know what to say. I have Tullamore Dew. Hell yeah. Tullamore Dew's pretty good. Everyone seems stressed. It's true. We are all stressed. We can't force the Barbies into this conversation though. When you try and force something, it
New
doesn't
here.
end well.
Really enjoying your stream and your YouTube chat community.
Thank you.
Glad to have a leftist streamer to watch. The algorithm did right by me for once.
Hell yeah, CJ breaks things. You have no idea, as like a streamer. First of all, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very generous of you. But you have no idea what it means to me when like new people come in and are just like, "Hey, this content slaps. This is great." Because I work really hard to put together watchable programming, and you know, I just have me. And, you know, for the segments that get uploaded on YouTube later, I have my editor. But like, other than that, that's it. You know, there's no one else running the tech or doing any of the other shit. It's just me, and then the faithful and incredible mod team that dedicates their labor to making sure this community stays as wonderful as it is. Much appreciation to the mods. Appreciate all y'all. Paladin, how you doing? Also, I do not know what happened, but Twitch, the Twitch stream is still borked. I don't know why. Pup Galaxy full of stars, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. I was doing this the other night too. Jack, you do so much good work. You've done so much for me in this community, so thank you. Thank you, Jazz Dog. And thank you for being the jazziest dog we know who's, like, absolutely killing it with the music. Alright. Let's jump in. Actually, you know, it's been a hot minute. We've been going for, like, 3.5 hours. This is your reminder. If you're enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because you guys make this show possible, and I could not do it without you fine folks. So click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Redmond Berry, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. All right. Coder Joe, I need like a solid. I've been so fucking busy. I need a day where I'm just like planted in front of my computer, and I can add things to the soundboard, and also record intros and outros for the Takis bits
Hello,
that are going to
I
go
am
up
a
on the
totally
channel.
new and independent original user that has never been here before. Like Haley Stevens, Riverboat Jack and her content is growing on me.
Well, new and totally independent user, we're going to go in and we're going to go hard and we're going to win the state of Michigan because we are Michiganders and we are strong. You're just like me, independent original user. I was just like you. We can win. Have I seen the leaked audio of Todd Blanche saying they're working on banning abortion? Yeah, I have. It's fucking awful. More Jaw. I can't do her name. I'm trying. I'm a workhorse. I'm a workhorse. Yeah, like if folks are expecting this race to get less tight, y'all are in for a rude surprise. Paladin, thank you for the $20 dono. We're all worth 3 eggs. God. Okay. Let's do this. Israel comes to me in my dreams. Tight as your mom? Hey. Okay, let's do this. So, folks, we have to talk about the Iran war because, oh boy, there was a. I think we need to. I need to restart this. So, folks, we have to talk about the Iran war because it turns out Donald Trump has already lost it, and it's over. Donald Trump just doesn't know it yet. And you might be thinking, well, that's clearly going to mean that there's more attacks are going to happen. And yes, that is the case. But there is going to be more fire exchanged over the course of this. But a news story dropped earlier today that I think changes a whole lot of how we are to interpret what is happening with Iran. And many of you may be aware that there's been talk about, the United States is depleting the, interceptor stockpile, and that's bad, but, our military says we can keep going, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, a news story dropped on CNN earlier today that indicates we can't, in fact, keep going indefinitely because almost 80% of interceptors for a key missile defense system are depleted, according to sources inside the administration. Now, the reason this is a big deal is because the only reason the United States military has been able to operate with impunity against Iran is because our ships and our military assets are defended by advanced, air defense systems that are able to shoot down missiles, drones, etc. However, those things only work so long as they have interceptors to provide ammunition. And those interceptors are highly advanced and difficult to produce. And it turns out that we can't actually build them as fast as Iran is making us burn through them. And the problem here is that if we run out, and I want to make sure you all understand, if you have depleted 80% of the stockpile, that means you start running into logistical challenges and problems. And 1 second. Sorry about that. My partner came into the room to drop off a prop. And I guess I would put them on if, people donated enough. But then I had to smooch because that's the love of my life right there. All right. So, what happens here if we run out of interceptors is that American soldiers start dying. And not just like a little dying, like a lot dying. And also soft targets start getting hit. And ships start getting sunk. And all of that sounds bad, but I want to remind you all that there's also the logistical problem of getting resupplies to the different places that are using these, which in turn means, not every air defense system is going to have access to the remaining 20% of this stockpile. And so, what I'm trying to say here is that gives a far more reliable timeline for how this is going to go. Because also, the US military doesn't want to hit 0 on the stockpile because the US military needs that stockpile to be accessible to other places and other military installations around the globe, not just with Iran, right? And so, all of that to say, we lost the Iran war already.
New ears. Let's all send our energy to Michigan. Bunnies are good luck after all.
It's true. White Knight, thank you for the $25 dono. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I mean, effectively, America is vulnerable. Our military installations are vulnerable. Our allies who rely on us to arm the missile defense systems and air defense systems that we have given them or installed in their countries are vulnerable. Honestly, I feel like we lost since day one. Well, that's the reason even George W. Bush, one of the dumbest presidents to ever serve in the office, even he said, no, we're not going to do that because it's obviously a bad idea, right? It's just, on the face of it, a terrible, terrible idea. And I guess what I'm trying to say here is that Donald Trump, on some level, knows that if troops start dying in high quantities, in large numbers, the American public does not have the stomach to absorb that. There's no compelling reason for us to be there. And when Trump also knows, because he has a little lizard brain that allows him to intuit what will or won't be popular among the base, even his base is not going to accept, infinite dead soldiers,
Gender affirming care, I hear you say?
I mean, yeah, we haven't even touched on the fact that they're trying to implement mandatory testosterone therapy for soldiers. But all of that is now leading to the sudden ceasing of attacks against Iran. Because Donald Trump knows we're low, and if we run out, it gets exponentially worse for our soldiers and for him politically. He can't survive that, and he knows that. And so, yeah, like, exactly, Ivan Holmes. Like, he's perfectly willing and able to send, like, 25 people, 100 people to their deaths. He doesn't give a shit about that. But if we lose a fucking aircraft carrier, if we start losing ships that get sunk, if we start losing, like, military bases in the Middle East, like, it starts to, even rock his power base. So, all of what I'm trying to say here is that makes it a bit simpler to understand what's happening, which is that there is no pathway to victory here for Donald Trump.
My humble contribution. Sending good vibes to Michigan on this pivotal night.
Mayav, thank you for the $5 super chat. And yes, we are all trying to send our hopes and dreams to Michigan. So, we have this dire situation playing out in Iran. And the Iranians know that America's in a terrible spot. They know that all they have to do is wait. That's all they have to do. And every day that goes by, their bargaining position gets stronger. Every night that is spent bombing Iranian military installations spread out across the entire country only makes their bargaining position stronger, because it means fewer interceptors. It means a more vulnerable US military. And, like, I gotta be honest here, like, it is one of those things where there's no pathway out, and that would, on first blush, seem like a good thing, because there's really only one thing left to do for a sane person, and that is to back down, to go home, and, like, negotiate an agreement,
When
and then
pretending to be Trump,
that's it.
but your wit is a hindrance.
Indeed, anime sidekick gal. The problem here is that, like, a sane person would just take their hit, would take the hit to their pride, would take the hit to their dignity, would acknowledge the defeat, and then just go home. Donald Trump is not a sane man. And so that scares me.
What is also sad is that Trump and Israel ruined the chance of an Iranian revolution against the Ayatollah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there was going to be an Iranian revolution against the Ayatollah, to be completely honest with you. Like, it would have needed to be much bigger and be coordinated with the military in Iran. But, that's another thing to get into. But thank you for the $5 dono. So, the thing I'm worried about here is that Donald Trump has no sane response. And the thing that has been proven time and time again is he only knows how to do one thing, which is escalate. And so my worry here is that the guy who thought about nuking a hurricane and was only stopped by his defense secretary the first time he was in office, who has now surrounded himself with exponentially more yes men, my worry here is that he's going to hit the only button he really knows how to hit, which is escalation. And that is where I'm kind of like, I wish I could say that that's me being hyperbolic, but, like, that's my genuine worry. He's already threatened to wipe out Iranian civilization. Like, he has no actual moral compass that would say that would be like, oh, you shouldn't drop a nuke, Donald. Don't do it. He is more dementia addled by the day, and no one around him will say, don't do it. So I guess where I'm at here is that, like, his nature is to escalate. And I just, I'm worried about it. I'm worried about it. Ukrainian, I haven't seen any evidence of a coordinated resistance movement against the Ayatollah that, like, would have been able to take on the IRGC. I have seen no evidence of that. I want to remind you, the IRGC is one of the largest standing militaries in the world, and their entire orientation is towards domestic deployment. They're not spread out. The question to that is why? Because all Trump cares about is power games. Like, all he cares about is power games. All he cares about is exerting power. Not including proxies, they have 150,000. Are you fucking stupid? Iran's military, if you take into account their active and their reserve personnel, is over 1 million. Or not over 1 million. Almost over 1 million. It's like 900,000 something. Like, please. If we start talking about their militias, their civilian militias who are trained to do combat, we're talking an even larger number. If we start talking about their proxies, it's an even larger number. So, like, please don't come and be like, oh, they have 150,000. They don't. They have way more than that. It's one of the reasons why putting boots on the ground in Iran is one of the stupidest, most laughable concepts anyone could ever have. So, I just, I'm worried about where this is all gonna go. And it is why you are starting to see a more urgent and genuine attempt to reach some kind of deal. Today, there was a lot of scuttlebutt in the background of, oh, we need to make a deal with Iran for real, which is now why the New York Times is running a story about the newly negotiated deal, which gives Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz. Of course. Yeah, the active duty of the Revolutionary Guard Corps on its own is 570,000. And then they have 350,000 reserve. And then we're not talking about their police command, which is technically part of the armed forces of Iran. And we're also not talking about the, what is it called? Iran. Oh, is it the Basij? Yes, they are the volunteer paramilitary org that works with the IRGC. Yeah, the Basij has an estimated, has 20 to 25 million members and around 400 to 600,000 who are able to be called up immediately. You're wrong? I'm not. You can look that up. Now, what we're looking at here, what are the actual terms? As described by officials familiar with the emerging accord, vessels heading into the Persian Gulf will transit a channel controlled by Iran and close to its coast. Ships leaving the Gulf will travel on a channel near Oman. Iranian officials say that while there will be no tolls charged, the agreement includes a service fee to cover the environmental impact of the shipping, security for the cargo ships and tankers, and staffing. Revenues would be divided equally between Iran and Oman, two Iranian officials said. But a U.S. official familiar with the negotiations said on Monday that the Iranian account was not accurate and said that any temporary routes established through the strait would not involve approvals or permission by Iran and would involve no tolls. I mean, that's, yet again, a pretty big gap in what the two sides are asserting. But either way, even if the United States is like, oh yeah, no, this set of affairs is only temporary, calling it temporary is only a way to save face. That's it. That's it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a colossal failure for the Trump administration, a colossal defeat for America. It's the most embarrassing military defeat the United States has ever suffered. It's truly, truly outrageous. And that's where we're at. So, the Iran war is done. Donald Trump just doesn't know it yet. So, all that being said, got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the Iran war, I guess, in the comments. And get organized, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And folks, if you need help getting started, join your local our Discord. And reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfy, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. And remember, folks, don't ever do a ground invasion of Iran. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. There you have it. Let's keep on going. You know, it's wild to me for folks to be trying to say, hey, how dare you? How dare you misrepresent the size of Iran's armed forces? And like, I don't know. It's 2021. Here, let's find Basij. Is that in here? Do. Let's see. Let's see. There's about 100,000 Basij active at any given time. And as claimed by the Iranian military itself, there are
Invading
20 to
Iran
25
is a
million
classic
members.
blunder out there with doing a land invasion of Siberia in the winter.
It's true. It's true. Let's take a gander this real quick. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
You fell victim to one of the classic blunders. The most famous is never get involved in a land war in Asia.
It's true. Let's see. Here's Andalou from 2026. Iran's military power, missiles, drones, deterrence. Personnel. Maintains one of the largest standing armies in the Middle East. Military Balance 2025 report published by the International Institute for Strategic Studies estimates that Iran has around 610,000 active duty personnel. Includes roughly 350,000 troops and about 190,000 members of the IRGC. Yeah, 350,000 reservists. And again, that's not including the Basij, whose numbers vary according to who is stating the membership and talking about how quickly they can be mobilized. So, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you can look up the numbers yourselves, but it's frustrating to deal with absolute dipshits who are convinced by ChatGPT, you know? We did another land war in Asia, didn't we? Yeah, we got pretty close. All right. Let's take a look at Michigan. We got 87% of the vote in, and Abdul El Sayed is still maintaining like a 24,000 vote lead, which is, it sounds like a lot, but the percentages are getting vanishingly small here. And god damn it. God damn it. No, they're all right, Brutus Magnuson. A little friendly fire. Yeah. Well, it's a difference of 1.8%, everybody. Buckle in, because we are going straight to Narrowtown. New York Times still predicting Abdul El Sayed at 1.7% when it's all counted. You know, I hope the New York Times is correct. We're getting to the final 10%. Here's a question. Do you think Stevens voters would come out for Syed? Yes. Look, I don't think that there is a meaningful percentage of moderate Democratic voters who aren't going to turn out for a more progressive Democrat, especially in this election. You know? Ooh, Wayne County is narrowed down to 5 points for Stevens. Let's take a quick look instead of 8 points. Hey, that's what I like to see. Abdul El Sayed gaining. Well, yeah, I would imagine the folks who are so racist that they aren't going to vote for Abdul El Sayed won't turn out. But I also imagine that that's going to be counterbalanced by the fact that, you know, people, younger Middle Eastern folks are going to be more inclined to turn out for Abdul el-Sayed. You know? According to AP News, according to the New York Times as well. Like, we're real fucking close. 77% of Wayne County now reporting for duty. Ugh. Chamber Deacon, are you doing all right? You're posting in a way that's making folks like think that maybe you're a bot or like a conservative commenter, and like that's either is fine, but like you're sending people for a loop. Woo, I'm stoned? That's the spirit. A real nail biter, Gilbertus Maximus. Oof. It's a lot closer than I was hoping. When the initial results came in and he was up by like 33 points, I was like, haha, yeah, this might be a blowout. And it is not that, you know? Oof. Oh shit. Yeah, he a new dump of votes came in. He's up to almost 30,000 votes ahead of Haley Stevens. Let's go. Let's widen that a little bit. Come on, baby, you can do it. You can do it, baby. I believe. I believe. Why does Mallory have 4%? Because she was on the ballot. Like she withdrew from the race and suspended her campaign too late to not be on the ballot. You can Abdul it. Why does Haley Stevens look like a ghoul? Because some people just look like that, you know? Let's do this. Let's go, man. I want these votes to come in so much faster. All right. Well, folks, I'm gonna put it to you. All right. Do you guys want to jump into the rest of our is it the rest of our what if altist journey? I think we could do that if you are interested.
Feels more and more pointless.
We've got about 20 minutes of that left, which I think might be a decent distraction. While we painfully wait for more votes to trickle in. I'm curious here about Gladwin County. Okay, Gladwin is home to like 3,000 people, so probably not going to make the difference. So overall, we have about 1.4 million votes in. Let me just yeah, in order for us to be within like the margin of error. We're gonna have to get down to like we're gonna have to have like 97%.
Victory Celebration Fund.
We're gonna have to have like 97% of the vote reported before they called it. Wait, did they?
Abdul won. Let's go.
I have not seen that. Where are you guys seeing that? Who called it? Who did it? Also, White Knight, thank you for the $50 super chat. Comrade Girl, thank you for the $5 dono. I'm not seeing it yet. Who called it? Steve Kornacki's who have been watching? Did Steve Kornacki call it? NBC called it for Abdul? Oh shit, 3 minutes ago! Abdul El-Sayed wins Michigan Democratic Senate primary, notching a Midwest victory. Holy shit, guys, he did it! They outspent him like 10-1. He got $65 million spent against him. They couldn't fucking break him. Let's go! Guys! Oh my god! If you need a $60 million crutch, you probably can't be elected on your own terms. You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. Hell yeah.
$5 for a hopeful future. Cheers, you all.
Let's go, folks. Oh my god, this is incredible. Let's wait. I want to see. He's got to be making a victory speech. He's got to be making a victory speech. He's got to be doing one, right? Your status coup.
You are going to.
No, wait. Did they all go home? Did they all go home right before they called it? Oh no! He did already? I mean, yo, if somebody comes to you and says, no, you won. You did it. Like, you gotta come back out and do a speech.
It will be James. It will be Benson. That will be the governor's race. In the congressional races, a significant result in Michigan's 7th district tonight here. William Lawrence.
No, he did not give a victory speech earlier. Like, we watched some of a speech, but it wasn't a victory speech. He couldn't declare victory yet. He just noted that he was ahead. Yeah, he was doing like the, I think we're gonna win, but you know, we have to wrap up this watch party, you know. Only NBC has called it. It's true. I want to
big, momentous results out of Michigan tonight that squarely put this state in the spotlight in November, both in terms of the Senate race, which will have massive implications for control of the United States Senate, and in this House race, which could have big
looking at. Like, walk through what that looks like here for her in this critical county that we've been watching.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm starting to see here as we take a closer look. So Wayne County now ticking up to about, and I mean, this is close to 50%. If there's Detroit vote left, I don't think it's too much. It does not look like there's much left. So when you looked at this, when you look at Wayne County, the best opportunity for Stevens to go big was in Detroit. So if you're outside Detroit now, and we were just looking at this a minute ago, she was leading the countywide vote by 13. It's now come down, as you can see, by 8.5 points. You know, how much more if you froze it here?
Come on, Kornacki.
With the vote that's left, you know, she might get
Let's go.
Plurality of about 15,000 votes out of Wayne. That might be being generous, but you can see if she did that, that would have cut in half the Al-Sayed margin here. But then the question is, where else is she getting it from? Would she get that from? Where would she make that up? I mean, there are still a lot of votes that are left to come here, like we're saying in Saginaw And in Flint, we're getting more out of Flint. You know, if she's, out of Flint, out of Genesee. But again, if she's running at this, if she's winning Genesee
I want to
at
see him
this
say
margin
it.
and
Yeah.
not getting a substantial double-digit margin out of it, that's not going to translate into. That's going to translate with what's left into an additional 3,000 votes or so, a plurality of about 3,000
Say it, chart
more
fucker.
votes. We were
Say
just
it.
going through completed counties. There are, there are a couple places where I think she's clearly hit.
Wasn't this
They're
earlier?
not
It is
huge, but
earlier. I
they're
went back to
noteworthy
see them
where
call
she's
it.
hit, I think, what a benchmark would be for
I wanted
her.
because they called it before anyone else. I wanted to hear the reasoning, and obviously this is where they would have called it. So
getting out of Wayne County. Again, this is one of those plays. I'm looking at Kent County here where Grand Rapids is. 85% is in right now. She's sitting at 34%. We talked about Washtenaw County. Now we're up to almost 80% of the vote right there. Ann Arbor. One thing is, as we say, that last thing that gets counted there, we think in Washtenaw would be the vote by mail from Ann Arbor.
Right.
Could that be a boost for her right there?
So, Steve, how much of Wayne is in right now?
Well, we think about half. We're at 48%.
How is it even possibly this close?
because $65 million can buy you a lot of primary ad time.
In county, right? So I mean, you could just see
Sock
how
it
that
to Nuke,
math
thank you
would
for the
work.
5 tier 1
If
subs.
there's 160,000 votes that are left in Wayne County, right? She's leading right now by 8.5 points. So
We did it.
generously, if you
It's-
said
it's looking
she
like we
wins
did
Wayne
it.
by 10 points, what would that be? That would be a plurality of 16,000 votes.
Yeah.
That might
Is
be
it Abdul?
generous right
It's
now,
looking like it's
but if you
Abdul.
apply 16,000 votes to the deficit that she faces statewide right now.
NBC
that
called
leaves
it.
Al Sayed still up by 12,000. And then we're saying, okay, look, a prime opportunity for Stevens on this map coming
Jack,
right here, like
don't
in
kink
Genesee
shame.
County,
Can't
where
you
Flint
understand
is.
the sweet,
Well,
sweet
with the
love
numbers.
between a glasses boy and his charts?
Oh, I understand the sweet, sweet love between a glasses boy and his charts.
She's getting right there. What if she nets an additional 3,000 out of what she's getting right now? Maybe she knocks that down to 9,000. I'm giving you kind of her good places right here. I'm giving you maybe an optimistic number for her out of Wayne. She is still, there's not a ton to come, but she is, she's been closing strong with what we've had in Oakland County. She has an opportunity, I think, with what's left in Macomb County. A tough one to get a handle on right here. But again, Kent County, we did just get a little bit more of an update there. Now she's at 34.5. Again, trying to get, I think that's Congressman. He ran for the United States Senate in this state against Alyssa Slotkin against El Sayed. He narrowly lost. He will be now facing off in his second Senate campaign against El Sayed. The backdrop of this race, which will be one of the most closely watched races this November, is that this is a state that Donald Trump
You
won.
look like
It's a
you are
swing
around
state.
62% total. I think you need to be close to 89% to hear the reason.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm sorry. I needed the chart fucker to point at it. I needed it. That's his entire purpose in life. I needed to see him go through the motions of trying to figure out what her pathway to victory is, and then ultimately go, she's done. She cooked.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
Hell
also,
yeah.
Do you think the vote blue no matter who crowd will follow through?
I do think they will. I do think the vast majority of them will. Because, again, their option is, literal Satan. Jack said we needs to be 97%. Well, I'm not a chart fucker. I was trying to figure out what was the percentage of votes that would need to be in for there to be zero pathway to victory for Haley Stevens. And statistically, I do think he's right. There's some that she can pick up in certain spots, but statistically, it's not going her way in enough places. So I buy his argument. I just wanted to hear his argument, As opposed to mine, which is well, there are X amount of votes outstanding compared to how many votes we have right now. And of course, the difference between the total that El Sayed has and the total that Haley Stevens has is, around 29,000, perhaps 30,000. And so if we use some napkin math, then maybe we'll arrive at the, a point at which there literally aren't any votes out there, and that would be like 97%. Let's go. Yeah, honestly, Mallory McMorrow, by not pulling out of the race, I mean, ostensibly her voters are split relatively evenly between Abdul El Sayed and Haley Stevens, but even so, probably did a solid to Abdul El Sayed by continuing to be on the ballot, They're calling him Abdul W. Sayed.
They're calling him Abdul W. Sayed.
Oh, God. It feels really good. It feels really good to not be fucked over.
The real question is how much more money does IPAC have to throw behind Mike Rogers in the primary after this debacle?
I mean, the thing is, what this election proved is that, one, you can't buy the election in the way that they want. It's not feasible for the organizations around AIPAC to dump 60 plus million into every Senate primary race that Democrats run, and then to dump like another $60 million into the general election. They do not have the money to do it. And the other component here is that, like, if they couldn't buy the primary race, they certainly can't buy the general. Like, the primary has a much lower turnout, has a much lower, like, engagement, and the fact that they could not get that one really, to me, indicates that, like, while they certainly are going to try to buy the general, it's diminishing returns. They got money, we got people. And honestly, that people power is going to be supercharged after tonight.
I hope they don't learn that lesson and keep dumping absurd amounts of money until they fold.
I hope so too. Like, I hope they absolutely, like, decimate their coffers. Ugh, I want so badly for Abdul El Sayed to go live again. If you guys start seeing live alerts from him going live to give a victory speech, please let me know. MSM has called it. Reuters has called it. NBC has called it. It's excellent. This is great. Yeah, he's still in the lead by like 25,000 votes. I don't know that she'll be able to overcome that. Awesome. I think his speech said it all. Yeah, but there's a difference between like a hold tight, we'll talk again in the morning, and like a speech when victory has been announced, I can't wait for the pundit cope tomorrow. Oh, guys, you have to prepare yourselves, because if you thought people were salty about Zoran Mamdani winning, if you thought establishment libs were salty about Zoran Mamdani, the level of salt you are about to see starting tomorrow is going to be unprecedented. The level of just incredible, like, whoa, how could that even possibly happen? Like, James Carville might self-immolate. Like, there might genuinely be like an unending torrent of New York Times opinion pieces from the stupidest people imaginable. Like, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so fucking funny. And I'm really, really excited, I think it's great. I can't even imagine how racist they'll be. I can. And they are going to be awful. But what's awesome is that when you're on this side of it, doesn't matter because you fucking won. You proved all those haters wrong and you fucking won anyway. And like, they aren't going to know what to do with it because to the Democratic Party, historically, what you have to do in these elections is become a moderate conservative Democrat and, you know, raise a ton of money from your corporate backers, and then you're good. Then you stay in office for 30 years.
Now, Bill Maher will officially leave the left this week.
That is a great call. There's a decent chance that we start seeing a why I left the left deluge as well. And honestly, fuck him. Good. Get rid of Bill Maher. Fuck that guy. Yeah, David Brooks is gonna, like, I don't know, have another end life crisis and, like, divorce his current wife to get with an even younger wife. Like, I'm extremely happy right now. This is incredible. Oh no, my steak is too juicy. Indeed. I still only see the NBC call.
I wouldn't put it past the Zionazis to run Netanyahu in the general for MI just out of brainworms.
I mean, at a certain point, I would say that's brainworms, but also, like, you know, there are people who are quite delusional out there. Ugh. Let's see. Has Decision Desk called it yet? Decision Desk has not called it yet. That being said, how damaging do you think this will be to AIPAC, Dem influence, since this was a narrower win than we hoped? Oh, incredibly damaging. Like, the conventional wisdom is that it should be nowhere near this close. They outspent Abdul El Sayed 10-1. Like, it should not be this close. The fact that it was, like, the fact that it was close isn't going to matter when the reality is they tried to buy this election and failed. So anyway, folks, cheers to you, cheers to me, and you know what? Most importantly, cheers to Abdul El Sayed. Excellent. Actually, one hell of a victory. Like, holy shit. Our boy fucking did it. He did it, baby. Oh. Guys, I know that you guys have put in so much effort.
I forgot how much I said I would donate. Here is a small sum.
One-Eyed Weirdo, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I very much appreciate it. And folks, like, we fucking did it. We've been on pins and needles for so long. And, like, it feels so good to have a win. AP has officially called it. Have they? I mean...
Keep the dono train going, bitches.
Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $20 super chat. And Dragonfly, where are you seeing AP calling it? Oh, this is NBC. I'm pretty sure this is NBC calling it. But either way, yes! Yes! Looks like we didn't get the Michigan hand. We got that Michigan fist.
The closeness of this race is probably because of the IPAC spending motivating against Abdul. Let's hope he sweeps the midterms.
So I'm going to say this like the son of a Michigander. Michigan, we're the hand, right? It's nice to have fingers. They all got jobs. They all got perspectives. But I don't want the Michigan hand after your convention. I don't want the Michigan hand after your August primary. I want the Michigan fist. I want you all to unite. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. I want you to grab a sledgehammer and knock some stuff down. I want you to reach up and grab somebody and get them off the couch and get them on the field. We got points to put on the board. I want that Michigan fist. I want some unity. I want the Michigan fist. I want that Michigan fist.
God. When today we got that Michigan fist.
Ice to Stevens, all that work for a measly drop of blood.
Oh man, has Haley Stevens done like a concession? I imagine not. I imagine not. I imagine her team is sitting back to try and see how close it's going to be and if they can challenge it. God. Awesome.
I'm so glad there were 1.4 million people in Michigan who were registered to vote.
Wait a minute, is that sarcasm? I'm on concession watch? Hell yeah.
It would be diabolical if the establishment doesn't back him in the general, but we'll see.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute, there are 7.9 million registered voters in Michigan. It's almost like if more of the registered voters had turned out to vote, it wouldn't have been as close. Which I hope you guys understand is why every single time there's a lead up to an election, I'm like, hey, if you want to get involved knocking on doors, if you want to get involved doing phone banking, right? Like, oh, primary ballot participation by party. Oh, there's a 53.2% participation rate among Democratic voters. So there are 4.2 million registered Democrats in the state of Michigan. Which is why knocking on doors for likely Democratic voters and phone banking likely Democratic voters is extraordinarily helpful. Because you knock on doors and you turn out that household. You phone bank, you turn out that household. When you start doing that, you reach the other, half of the people who are registered to vote in this way, who just haven't made time to go do it or haven't made plans to go do it. And you help ensure that they make it to the polls and they make their vote, right? NBC does say Al Sayed is the projected winner. I will also say, in a very fun way here, when we look over here, yep, the New York Times has switched over to say Al Sayed is likely to win. They haven't fully called it yet, but Al Sayed is maintaining his lead. He's even broadened his lead a little bit here to 25,000 votes. Every percentage point that comes in narrows Haley Stevens' pathway to victory, and it's already extraordinarily narrow. So we're in an interesting spot here. I am elated. I think that's the appropriate word to use in this circumstance. I am elated. Like, also, it isn't surprising to me that, like, a lot of rural people in the state of Michigan voted for Abdul El Sayed. People in rural parts of the country, they need healthcare so badly. Like, people don't get it, I think, sometimes, if they live in, like, a populated city. But it's kind of like one of those situations where if you are in a city and you need an ambulance ride to the hospital, it is extremely expensive, and it does put you in a bad spot. But two things are generally true. One, you make more money than someone who lives in a rural area. And two, those rural hospital rides to a hospital, ambulance rides to a hospital, rather, they're long and way more expensive. And so, like, part of the problem here is that people in rural parts of the country have been absolutely fucked for decades by the Republican Party, and even more so by Donald Trump specifically. Like, he's shutting down their rural hospitals. And you can't really take that back. You can't really meaningfully offer someone who lives in rural America and lost their local, hospital to private equity or some shit. You can't really give them, like, well, you have another hospital, but it's like, 4 hours away. Like, that doesn't help you really in an emergency. So we're in, like, I'm not surprised that people in rural Michigan flocked towards Abdul El Sayed and Medicare for All. Also, he's just a strong dude. He projects strength. He talks about, standing for trans people in a way that doesn't off-put voters. It's great. Do you think without Trump, Abdul doesn't win? That's a difficult question because basically Trump is baked into all of the current political analysis. So, like, if Trump didn't exist, would the Democratic Party be as willing to go beyond its current political orthodoxy? No. But Trump does exist. And his existence angers the Democratic base to such a degree that politics as usual no longer functions for the Democratic Party. And that is what makes it possible for Abdul El Sayed to have a pathway to victory here at all. So, in a way, yes, but, like, we also just don't have incredibly important conversations if Trump isn't in office, Oh, James Carville, like, probably started screaming like he was possessed by the devil the second NBC declared Abdul El Sayed the victor. Like, the second they hit publish on this piece, the second they did that, James Carville died. I don't know for sure that that's true, but emotionally, dramaturgically, it's true. James Carville is almost fully hollow. It's true. He's from the Dark Souls universe. In Friendship, Maine, both hospitals closed. The nearest one is in Warren. Yeah, no, like 100%. It happens here in Minnesota too. It sucks. Win confirmed. Polaire win is being confirmed. It's in the process of being confirmed. It's been confirmed by some outlets so far. The New York Times has switched it from it being a straight up toss up to being a likely Abdul El Sayed victory. Like, give it some extra time and we will have across the board confirmations. And, you know, this rocks. Victory, baby!
The Democratic base isn't just mad at Trump, we're sick of the DNC and corporate Dems.
Well, and that's the other thing. Like, we've been put, like the Democratic base has been put to sleep so many times by the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. By these, you know, left-leaning moderates who constantly tell us to slow down, slow down, slow down. And, like, the Democratic base is fucking angry at the injustice of the Trump administration and demands that it be set to right. Not at the leisure of moderate Democrats, but now. It is an injustice that stains us with every second it remains. We demand change. We demand something better. That's like the anger is a righteous anger. No liberal who's out on No Kings is doing it because, like, oh, it's just they're just kind of mad. They're just kind of upset. Those people are setting protest records for our country in our nation's history because they are mad as fucking hell for legitimate reasons, you know? And you know what? You should be mad. You should be mad as a Democrat. You should be mad about people who are running in the Democratic Party with the argument that, like, oh yeah, no, I can be bought as your representative. I represent you, the people, but also I represent these people who put $70 million into my pocket. Like, I'm sorry, you can't serve those two masters. You can't do it. You cannot serve the people who've given you $70 million and still claim to be a representative of the people. You can't. No way, no how. And, like, the people who are angry and out there protesting against ICE, they are not going to be mollified by someone.
Blue no matter who.
They're not going to be mollified by someone who is saying, like, oh no, don't worry, guys, we'll negotiate. Don't worry. Like, no, we need change now. It needs to be now, not later. Now. 12 minutes ago, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, the third candidate in the Democratic primary who dropped out of the race in July, endorsed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, saying she was giving him her full endorsement and support as we head to November together as a unified party. The AP has not yet fully called the race for El Sayed, but I think it's a really fucking good sign when one of the candidates on the ballot formally acknowledges that they have lost. It is incredible. As of 7 minutes ago by the New York Times, about 10,000 absentee ballots will be tallied between now and 5 a.m. in from Dearborn Heights and Grosse Pointe Park in Detroit. So, folks, We aren't going to have 100% of the votes tallied anytime soon, but I think it is fair to say that Dr. Abdul El-Sayed is the now presumptive Democratic nominee. Not even presumptive, he's the Democratic nominee in the 2026 midterm election against Mike Rogers. Oh, that felt good to say. That felt real fucking good to say. You guys, let's go. Also, Scotty Orange, thank you very much for the 5 memberships. Forlorn79, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Comrade Girl, thank you for the $5 dono. Let's fucking go, guys. Guys, there is hope. There is hope right now. I'm scared they'll pull something. Oh, they're almost assuredly going to pull something. Don't be scared that they're going to try and pull something. Just acknowledge the moment. Acknowledge the victory. Acknowledge that, hey, we fucking won. And whatever they try and throw at us, it is not going to be as powerful as $65 to $70 million. They tried to throw everything they had at us. They could not win. Okay? They could not win here. And if we can make it so that they cannot win here, we can overcome anything that they throw at us in any state in this country, and we will keep on marching until the battle is won. All right? John Brown's body might be moldering in the grave, but his soul is marching on with each and every one of us, and we are going to win, and we are going to set things right in this country. Let's go. Get ready for a deluge of tears. Get ready for people to be gnashing their teeth. Get ready for people to be freaking out, because the freakouts about Zoran Mamdani are going to be compounded by the freakouts about Abdul El-Sayed. They're already freaking the fuck out about Mamdani. They're going to freak out 10 times harder about Abdul El-Sayed, specifically because of the money arrayed against him. It wasn't enough. And that is going to eat them up inside. Every establishment Democrat that has ever coasted on their corporate donors, who has ever coasted on AIPAC money, every single one of them is going to be sweating goddamn bullets from this point on. And you know what? I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. They should be worried. They should be concerned, because everywhere people are angry and they are rising up to make an actual honest-to-God movement to make things better in this country. So I, for one, am fucking here for it, folks. We won. We fucking won. Yeah, if we now the major hurdle does become Mike Rogers. Abdul El-Sayed prior to this was polling a little bit worse against Mike Rogers than Haley Stevens, but that is a problem that can be overcome between now and Election Day. Abdul El-Sayed has overcome bigger barriers right now tonight. So I think he can overcome the barrier of Mike Rogers. And not only that, I think more people are going to see his victory and flock to his banner, because guess what? People like a winner. People like a fella who can win. And here he is, folks. Here he is. Goddamn winner. So I think he's going to get more donors, but even more importantly, if you are inspired by what he has done tonight and you live anywhere else in the country, anywhere outside of Michigan, I want you to remember, you can make a difference by going to Michigan and knocking doors, or staying right where you are and doing phone banks for Abdul El-Sayed. I know Progressive Victory was doing phone banking for him just today. People from all across the country were pitching in to help folks turn out to vote for Abdul El-Sayed today. All right? So If you want to get involved in that, there's a link down in the description below for Progressive Victory, and you can sign up, join them, and you can get involved in doing door knocking or phone banking for him in the general as we get closer and closer to the general elections in November. It is going to be incredible. It is going to be incredible. How much money will Elon pour into the race? Probably an unfathomable amount of money. And yet, if Abdul El-Sayed is not stopped by $70 million, he's not going to be stopped by Elon Musk funneling money into the race either. Because there are diminishing returns on that money. And not only that, if Elon starts funneling money into that race, as we've seen in the past, it actively harms the candidates he's trying to support because people view it as an out-of-state billionaire coming in to try and buy votes. And people fucking hate that. So I am extremely positive right now about where this is going. We are going to get bigger, we are going to get meaner, we are going to get more powerful, and we are going to march all the way to fucking victory. I am so excited. I am so fucking excited.
Abdul being an underdog narrowly winning against IPAC's candidate might just be a huge boost to help him win in November.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, guys, he sent a message tonight. All of you who helped him win sent a message tonight. And not only is victory something that spurs people to turn out because they think they got a winner on their hands, but he beat establishment Democrats at their own fucking game. And what I want to convey about what that means, and I hope I've done it a little bit, but guys, the playbook for establishment Democrats has been to accept money from special interest groups and corporations to water down their policies until they're meaningless drivel. And that's been their policy for the last 30 years. That changes tonight. That changes tonight. Because what this shows is that they can't do that anymore. They can't get away with that shit. All the money in the world does not make them safe from political backlash in this moment. And that changes everything. It makes them scared. And it's one of those things, one of those catalysts that is going to turn even the most spineless establishment Democrat into someone who suddenly becomes a not insignificant warrior for more progressive policies. Because what is important here is that all these people in Congress did what they did and supported the policies that they supported because they believed that would help them win. And if the money is no longer helping them win, then they have to adopt better policies. CNN called it. Ooh, baby. CNN. Let's see what you have to say, CNN. Ooh, I mean, they haven't called it quite yet on CNN, as far as I can see. I do want to point out, though, that in another stroke of great news, we've got, oh God, no, I want that Michigan fist. Here we go. Michigan's House 13, which was having an inter-DSA fight here, Donovan McKinney is ahead by about 3 percentage points in the race with about 70% of the vote in. Donovan McKinney is the DSA endorsed candidate who is aiming to oust Sri Thanakar. Sri Thanadar. And Sri Thanadar is a former DSA member who broke with DSA after DSA condemned the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. So DSA is returning to try and oust him now with Donovan McKinney. And so far, Donovan is in the lead. So great news, everybody, on that front as well. Yeah, it turns out Abdul was the Michigan fist all along. Donovan is winning? Yes. He is winning as well. That race has not been called as far as I can see. Let me take a look at some of the other races here. Michigan. We've got... Wait, where are you at? Yes, McKinney is up by 3. Still hasn't been called by the New York Times. But... yeah. Abdul El-Sayed still maintaining a lead of about 27,000 votes with 91% of the vote recorded. So it's over, baby. I at least I'm comfortable saying it's over. Hell yeah. Wait, let's refresh this. Let's see. Got something new? No. Okay. Call it? I mean, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I think it's called. I'm convinced. Jack has seen enough. It's true. I have. God. New York Times fell asleep, forgot to call it. I mean, they did update it to being likely for Abdul El-Sayed. The experts I trust most have called it. It's true. Let's see. We need to, of course, make sure we consult the #1 expert around, which is, of course, the markets.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Oh, God. I wish we were getting like a live Haley Stevens concession. That'd be so good. That'd be so fucking good. Ooh. Do we have live? Excellent. God.
Centrist-Dem politicians are nothing but weak, slimy little invertebrates, eternally pushed hither and thither by the tides of money and consensus. Of course they'll cave to us, now that they've seen our power.
Excellent usage of hither and thither, and also excellent channeling of that one boss from The Office, Robert California. Just real quick.
Well,
I will not be blackmailed by some ineffectual, privileged, effete, soft-penis debutante. You want to start a street fight with me, bring it on, but you're going to be surprised by how ugly it gets. You don't even know my real name. I'm the Lizard King.
Fucking love you guys. I love you guys.
But having a Stevens concession would require that she stand for something, and she doesn't run no concession stand.
You don't run no concession stand. It's true. Was that Bryan Cranston? No, that was James Spader from The Office. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and Mayav, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. She don't run no concession stand. I gotta hand it to you. There you go. The Office, really? I would have thought it was from the Blacklist. No, Robert California is just really fucking funny because he just plays the character from the Blacklist, but he exists in the Office universe. It's very funny. I burst out laughing as soon as I heard soft penis. Well, because like in the show, Robert California is like just obsessed with sex, and so he turns all of his business metaphors into like something sexual. It's very funny. I think Fetterman is going to leave the Democratic Party tomorrow. Who gives a shit? You know, like honestly, like I'm not ragging on you, but like John Fetterman is barely a member of the Democratic Party. He's barely a member of anything. Like, dude needs to go home and like go to like his rehab classes and like learn how to be a good person again. You know, if he ever was one in the first place. Like, let him go to like some cabin in the woods situation and like, I don't know, let his wife divorce him or something. I don't know. Like, ooh. Okay. Curious. At a certain point, they're probably going to cut off talking, like talking and counting votes. I'm not exactly sure what time that's going to happen. But some states do cut that off just to let people go home and rest. But so far, yeah, I think we're done here. I watched Parts Unknown a little while ago, and there was a Fetterman cameo in some Pennsylvania episode, and I was like, "What? Wait, Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown, right?" Have they counted all the mail-in votes yet? That could take more time. My understanding is that there are a handful of like different holdouts for votes. Like I know that there's like a 10,000 or 10,000 absentee ballots that still need to be counted. That will drop sometime between now and 5 a.m. But like I don't think that it's anything like, even if all 10,000 went to Haley Stevens, which is unlikely, El Sayed would still win. you know? Not to be conspiracy theory, they were all 90, 91, then now they're 90. I mean, mine are still saying 91. God damn. I just saw a CNN feed where they got confused on the thumbnail and used Nikki Haley's photo, not Haley Stevens. Fuck, that's so funny. Yes, NBC and Kornacki did call it for Stevens, did call it for Abdul El Sayed. So like I'm pretty confident in also saying it's done. But we've been talking about it and just having a decent time here. Haley's just sat wondering where her huge dumps are. Stevens feeling good about close race with Abdul El Sayed, CNN 45 minutes ago. Okay. All right. Oh, fuck. Haley, I do have to say, Haley Stevens has a future as an unintentional comedian. All right? Like, if none of this politics stuff works out for her, she could just go into like doing unintentional comedy. Like sell tickets to her walk, like just a normal walk down the street, and she just slips on a banana peel somehow. You break out that whiskey yet? I did take one pull, but I think we can take another one. That's my purse. I don't know you. I can't do a Haley Stevens voice. I'm sorry. She would be an incredible tour guide. Stevens is basically a Rick and Morty character. That's the best description of her I've ever heard. She does sound like Bobby Hill. It's true. Jack took one sip of whiskey and started quoting John Brown immediately. Well, you know what? Sometimes the Spirit of the Lord works through whiskey. It's known. It's so good, though. Holy shit. What in the hell is a Zeteo? Zeteo is great. Unironically, I subscribe to Zeteo because I want to support their journalism and their work.
It's too early for alcohol, so I'm having a monster rehab to celebrate.
Hey, so am I. We're twinsies. That is a terrible flavor combination. Do not recommend. But yes, Mehdi Hassan, not Hassan Piker. Mehdi Hassan founded Zeteo. And I gotta be honest, Mehdi Hassan has been batting 1,000 lately. Like, he's been doing such great work. Did any of you guys see his debate against that AFD Nazi fuck? It was honestly great. It was honestly great. He nailed that weaselly little shit for all he was worth. It's true. Mehdi Hassan is a mensch. It's true. It's known. That was gold. It was so fucking good. I do like the media guy. I like both Hassan Piker and Mehdi Hassan. The two Hassans from opposite ends of the continuum. One is the Alpha Hassan, and the other is the Omega Hassan. Are you trans? You bet your bootstraps I am. both Hassans are fun. It's true. One just begins the Hassan continuum and the other ends the Hassan continuum. I haven't seen it. Sounds fun. It's really good. It's really, really good. Also, I do want to say, folks, we are at 390 subs. If we hit 500 tonight, we will go over the Victor Marks Piers Morgan appearance, which looks absolutely fucking insane. Cute Dark Arts, we're not talking about that kind of Omega. Not talking about that kind of Omega. Trans man or trans woman? I'm a trans woman, thanks. But thanks for being considerate and asking. That's why I use she, her pronouns. The big old titties are a little bit of a giveaway. You know, I know that you're trans, but I never noticed. You always look so good. I do, you know, much to my chagrin, I do give off immense Midwestern mom vibes, which isn't necessarily a problem. Except when I want to give off, like, hot internet slut who talks about politics vibes. You know? Like, there's not really an in-between for me. It's either hot internet slut who talks about politics or Midwest MILF. And, like, neither are bad, but, like, sometimes I'm just like, God damn it, I was going for one of the other vibes. Also, you know, I'm doing my part to make Jack a unisex name, okay? Girls named Jack are just statistically extraordinarily hot. That's true in Mass Effect 2. It's true in Mass Effect 3. It's true in other things, probably. The MILF West is a very good idea for a porn game. Look, if you want to make a bajillion dollars off of the online gooner gamers, just make the video game The MILF West. There you go. That's a free $100,000 to several $1 million idea for you guys. Write that down. Exactly. Jack, is it okay if I refer... Is it's okay I refer you as they, them? I mean, you can refer to me as they, them if you want to, but my main pronouns are she, her. Like, you can refer to anybody as they, them. That's fine. But, I do use she, her pronouns. Who's jacking their riverboat right now? MILF by MILF West is... MILF by MILF West is genuinely a film idea that has the potential to be art, you know? Unlike North by Northwest, which was garbage. I kid, it's one of my favorite movies. God. Make mental hospitals great again? That's right, everyone deserves a high-quality grippy sock vacation when they need it. Is there a story behind Riverboat? Did you grow up near the Mississippi? Well, one, yes. The Mississippi River flows through where I went to college at the University of Minnesota. And also, at one point, I did a family vacation up to where the Mississippi River originates, which is really cool. Full of leeches. Don't recommend sticking your foot in for too long. But also, and more importantly, I got it from when I was a camp counselor at a Bible camp during a very different period of my life. And we were introducing ourselves, and I was like, "Oh, my name's Jack," and one of the folks who ran the camp was like, "Oh, we were gonna name our son Jack, but then, oh, my old aunt, she told me, oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler." And like, of course, all of the other counselors and I look around and we're like, "Who the fuck is Riverboat Jack?" And we look it up online after that, and of course, there's no record of a Riverboat Jack. And so for the rest of the summer, I became Riverboat Jack, on occasion. And he came up with little songs. Riverboat Jack, she'll take all your money. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack. Just little silly little songs. And so when I tried to come up with an online name, Riverboat Jack was a nickname I actually had, and so I used that. Jack, that's a lie. It's not a lie. It's absolutely true. Got it at Bible camp when I was a Bible camp counselor. My feet are honestly way nastier than I wish they were because I got
Here's
them all
to
cut
John
up
Brown.
running around.
May his soul keep marching on.
Fuck yeah, PC Schwarz.
My name is Captain John Brown, and I am here in the name of the great Redeemer, the King of Kings, the man of the Holy Trinity, and I hereby order you to get in his holy name, for he is on the side of justice, and you
oh my
on
God.
the side of chains. Brown! Death is coming for you today!
Incredible. I'm sure he was doing it for a good cause. He was.
The song is true, folks. She's taking all my money.
Tebilb, thank you for the £5. Appreciated. And PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciated as well. Twitchy Tism, thank you for the 2 tier 1
For a
subs.
future Riverboat Jack Rabbit stream, or Riverboat Bunny, we can workshop it.
Oh, it's true. I'm feeling kind. Yeah. Mission accomplished. But no, it's not a lie. My actual nickname for 2 years was Riverboat Jack. I worked at that Bible camp for 2 years, and I went to that Bible camp for an additional 10 years prior to that. Can we get an awooga? Absolutely. Can I call you Jessica instead of Jack? I would love to cosplay Jessica Rabbit. See, there's the Midwestern MILF / slut combo. It's hot. It's hot in this room. I've got to buy like 2 more of these. These are one of my favorite tops. Whiskey does that? That's right. I do have whiskey. Thank you for reminding me. Can we get a Nia? Nia. The song? What song? What's crazy? What did I do? We're headed straight to Only Jack's territory. Literally, someone was begging me today. No, not today. Yesterday on Instagram to bring back my OnlyFans. Thanks, James Jeremio. You ignored my redeems? Wait, well, I didn't ignore your redeems. My Twitch interface is borked, so I can't actually see the functional like Twitch backend like I normally would. Sadly, I cannot do what I would like to do. There are several. I can't see them. That is my bad. I don't know what happened to Twitch backend or whatever. I'm gonna fix that after stream is over. But the important thing is that you guys can see me. You do you, but I personally don't wish to see adult content. Well, I'm not going to do adult content here. Tuesday night whiskey with Riverboat Jack. Indeed. Victory night whiskey with Riverboat Jack. That's the important thing. Victory. There's a mommy, a daddy, a squish, and a nya. Wait, this isn't NSFW? No, it's not. You're ready for Bayonetta? I don't think I am ready for Bayonetta, but I am working on it, okay? I am working on it. I've been doing my cardio, and I need to continue doing my cardio. Right? So I am working on it, but like, I'm a thick girl. Good night, CJ Breaks Things. Get good sleep. We'll have more content on a new day. Oh god, Bayonetta is some of the most fun you can have with a video game. Just real quick, for anyone who needs the sales pitch on Bayonetta, real quick. Is it this one? No. This video? Yes. Here it is. Anyone who needs a sales pitch for Bayonetta. Uh-oh. We dropping frames? Are we dropping frames, chat? So be a thick Bayonetta? But the problem is I want to be a little bit more fit before I do a Bayonetta, you know? Not that I can see. Okay, because I'm being disconnected from the Riverboat site. There we go. We're reconnected. There we go. River, higher than high. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream this game is so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool and so sapphic. Look at them. They need to smooch. Yeah! Bayonetta is fucking art. Ademio, I'm sorry, James. God, this song slaps so hard. It's so good. God, it's so good. Like, I gotta be honest, I couldn't play it because it made me too gay. It is a game made from, as far as I can tell, like a lesbian, like a sapphic POV, you know? Like, the biggest misstep for the Bayonetta franchise is that they tried to convince the audience that she would be into a man. And, like, I don't believe that for a goddamn second. I do not believe Bayonetta is straight. I don't believe that, and I reject it. I reject reality and replace it with my own. Like, the entirety of the character of Bayonetta is that she gets married to her, like, BFF, and they just become rich aunts who come into town for, like, their nephews and nieces. That's what happens. And I don't care if there's anything to the contrary of that when it comes to, like, the games or whatever. I reject it. I just reject it wholesale. Maybe that man is an egg. I can see her being someone who would be with an egg and see them through to, like, their fullness of being, you know? But I do think that Bayonetta is a lesbian icon. And I don't have any evidence for that outside of the fact that she just is. she just is. Like, I don't know how to explain it any better than the fact that she just is. Okay? No way she loves cock. Exactly. No way she loves cock. She is a spiritual lesbian. And you know what? Maybe she's the kind of lesbian who's also into, you know, trans girls who have cock. Like, that's okay. Like, that happens. That does happen. Sometimes it's been known to occur. Yeah, exactly, Michelle Bells. You understand. Maybe bisexual. Can I say something controversial yet brave? I don't think Bayonetta is bisexual. I think she is a lesbian. That's my controversial take. I think she's a lesbian. I don't think she's bisexual. And I say this as a bisexual / pansexual. I think she is very much a lesbian. But that might be a very controversial take for me to have. Yeah, Pluvius, you get it. She's incredibly sapphic. She seems aggressively pansexual, but prefers the company of women and occasionally a bishonen. You understand. You get it. Yeah. Or uses men. Exactly, disabled caps lock. You understand. 100%. Yeah. Okay. I'm glad a lot of us are on the same page. 80-20, an 80-20 pan split. I think that's possible. I do think that's possible. I'd let her use me. I love you guys. I love you guys so much. All right. Well, I'm sufficiently liquored up to offer you guys. Do you want to dive into the rest of this Rudyard content? do you want to get into the rest of our What If Alt Hist content? Hello, Murph. How are you? What content? We need to do part 2. We need to do part 2. Jack in a bunny suit? Yeah. And I've had enough liquor to do bad things. Terrible things. Like What If Alt History content. I'm new here. I've had a few beers. What the hell are we about to talk about? I don't even know how to begin to give you the context. Okay. So, I'm a little bit of whiskey deep, but my best way... You're Bulma from Dragon Ball? I would love to do Bulma from Dragon Ball. Bulma's so fucking hot. Like, you have no idea how hot Bulma is. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. She's not only like the smartest person on the planet, but she's also like like just dedicated to her husbando. Oh my god. You still owe the Jack cosplay? I don't know what that means. Your Bulma is hot drunk. What the fuck? I'm sorry, are you saying Bulma isn't a goddamn baddie? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay? I'm sorry, you're trying to tell me that Bulma isn't a goddamn baddie? I need to bring up a few exhibits here. Y'all are being crazy right now. Like, just goddamn crazy. And honestly, it might be because... It might be because I'm a little bit... you're touching a little bit close to home here. Alright? Bulma is hot. Alright? Bulma is a grown-ass lady who owns a multi-billion-dollar company where she gets to be hot and smart and save the world on like a
For the
routine
Bulma
basis.
equals baddie fund.
Exactly. Fatman322, thank you for the $10 donut. You understand. Dragon Ball is not known for good relationship dynamics. Wait a minute. What? You've got Chi-Chi, who makes food. And you got Goku, who eats food. How is that not the perfect dynamic? Good night, James. I see the vision. You get it. You get it. But also, can we just take a moment? Like, I know that this outfit isn't at first glance like impressive, but like, one, she has a goddamn crop top with her name on it. That's pretty cool. Number 2, she's got high-waisted sweatpants, and they look comfortable as fuck. Number 3, she's got cool-ass shoes. Number 4, she's got a bike. And, like, that's fine, I guess. I was gonna talk about her hat, but, like, honestly, her hat is not cool. It's objectively not cool. But her hair is cool, and I think she gets it cut by a homosexual. And I think that's awesome. So you know what? I'm just saying, she's great. She's wonderful. And she likes to ride the town bicycle. All right? And that's important to me. All right. She's looking buff there too. Yeah, because she doesn't neglect herself. She is someone who is always pushing to better herself. That's how she got to be so smart. That's how she got to be so talented. That's how she got to be like so curious. That is an excellent quality in a woman. All right? It's an excellent quality in anybody. Okay. Are you guys ready? Oh, yeah. Sorry. I didn't explain this. So we are about to get into what if alt history. And if you don't know who what if alt history is, that's a blessing and you should leave now. But on the off chance that you do not do that, it's time for me to tell you a story. It's time for me to weave you a tale.
Rewarded by their peers.
You're about to hear this man talk with an amount of unearned confidence that would literally make you die of shame if you were to express it. All right? Hello, everybody. And we're about to dive into part 2 of this What If Alt History video.
Aside from Yamcha being a little bit of a scumbag, and Roshi being, well, Roshi, all of the couples in the show have pretty healthy relationships. Even Android 18 and her little chestnut.
That's a lovely way of referring to Krillin. I like Krillin. I have a soft spot in my heart for Krillin. He's just a weird little guy who got obscenely lucky. I need gin if we're doing this. Luckily, I have this bottle of whiskey if we're doing this, so I'm good. So, if you don't know who What If Alt History is, he is a guy who makes alternative histories on YouTube, which is kind of the kind of thing like, what if the Nazis won World War II, right? Except he got to start doing that as a child and then pivoted into doing that as an adult and found that he had a lot more success when just talking about modern day politics from a far right perspective, and then got absolutely cooked in the noggin and wound up being what I call an esoteric Nazi. He adheres to what is referred to as esoteric Nazism. The idea that you can pick and choose from different ideologies and different religious beliefs in order to arrive at like a kind of Nazi perfection. And that's kind of what he's been doing. So he believes in things like divine bloodlines, which of course validates his eugenics beliefs. He believes that he's talked to God. He believes that he's been to hell. He believes that he is effectively the only sane person on planet Earth. And you know, as somebody who's a little bit of whiskey deep, he's really fucking stupid on top of all of that. And of course, he is considered a part of the Gen Z incubator by rich fuckwads. And by that I mean like people like Balaji Srinivasan, who is someone who has pushed and wrote the book, literally, on the network state. An idea and ideology that is adhered to by people like Elon Musk, by people like Mark Andreessen, by people like Peter Thiel. So that's where we're at. This guy is basically being raised up as the next generation of serious thinkers for the Peter Thiels of the world, the billionaires of the world. He's effectively a Gen Z Jordan Peterson. And I mean that extraordinarily derogatorily. So let's dive into part 2 of this, which is his most recent video essay, which is just, the internet is driving us crazy. Let's do this. I've had enough whiskey. This is great. Let's do it.
While they wouldn't behave in this manner in person, since they'd get punched in the face, I've started to notice that the rudeness and poor quality of internet discourse bleeds into real life, which is disappointing.
This is an incredible revelation to have as somebody who is maybe one of the rudest and also least intelligent people talking about these subjects on the internet. And honestly, the fact that we started on this line is honestly incredible. Like, I am baffled by our good luck. We literally have soundboard bits on this guy.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have. The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf. I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
Anyway, let's continue.
To be fair, though, making a division between the internet and real life feels more and more pointless as time passes, given everything quote-unquote real or current in our society occurs online, while nothing changes in person. If everyone is constantly hooked up online, we become a digital society that happens to be stuck in physical reality.
This is a false distinction to make. Like, online life is real life. It seems disconnected only because of the manner of communication, but it's real life. The same way sending a letter would be real life to the person receiving it. It's also real life when you're sending it online and someone receives it online. It doesn't make it less real. It doesn't make it less hateful. It doesn't make it less, like, loving if it is delivered via the internet. There's not something special to the internet that, like, robs things of their quality. It's just you value it less because it's easier to do it cloaked in secrecy. And honestly, this is partly what he's referring to. It's just the secrecy element.
We're already living in the Ready Player One reality.
We're not. I cannot stress enough how much we are not living in the Ready Player One reality. I cannot stress enough how we are not living in the Player One reality. We aren't doing that. This is just delusion on his part. Mouse Utopia, every time he brings up Mouse Utopia, you drink. That's the rule.
What all of this means is that we end up in a uniquely bad constellation of variables where you have these crowds form with incentives that pander to the lowest common denominator through shallow emotional appeals.
That's literally called pathos. It's one of the original rhetorical elements that people would get trained in school. It's literally a foundational element of communication.
Vetted solely through performative morality. This is literally the worst thing possible, and it is staggeringly lame. It stops anything constructive.
Being able to communicate things to people who feel feelings? Lame. Like, shut the fuck up and learn how to communicate to people who experience emotion. Like, god damn it.
From getting done. Well, these mobs frequently call for literal physical violence, but people are so addicted to the internet they don't actually organize or do stuff. For a brief...
That's right. He is right about that. Okay? This is part of what I do. Okay? Part of what I do is get on here and I tell you why it's important for you to join your local Dems and to join your local DSA. It's important. It's important to do. Because translating your internet activism and your internet ideas into actual political action is it's incredibly important. It's incredibly important. It's what led Abdul El-Sayed to victory in Michigan. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. They have decades of experience between them. They can help you get organized. Take advantage of their experience because, folks, your opponent is literally this guy.
Brief example for why this doesn't work. Let's look at romance. We all know that dating apps have failed for—
Oh God, this guy should not look at romance. No, no. Let's. Can we not? Can I immediately yeet myself from this conversation? Can I exeunt left?
for young people, with only about a quarter of Gen Z still using dating apps anymore. At the same time, this void hasn't been filled where young people just aren't dating anymore because they're all online and thus not going to third places or social groups to meet one another.
What's incredible is this guy will continuously list out problems that are created by capitalism without attributing them to capitalism. You know? Like, the death of third spaces is because of capitalism. The reason Gen Z abandons dating apps is because of capitalism. You have to pay in order to actually succeed on those apps. And like, that sucks. It sucks a lot. And like, hey, maybe we could do better than that. But he lacks the ability to actually identify what is wrong, right? Like, capitalism is the thing that is wrong. And yet, he's simply out here saying, well, it's not capitalism that's wrong. It's actually, like, you know, modern society and the internet.
This means that the most reasonable place to meet other people is online, which is where young people spend their time. The thing, though, is that the internet is actively designed to be anti-seductive and anti-erotic.
No, it's not. The internet is actually designed to be incredibly seductive and erotic. It's actually designed to be the opposite of that. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, the amount of porn you can access on the internet, the amount of sexual, like, content you can find is off the charts. And, like, your interactions with other people might be limited by a certain amount of, like, eroticism, or might be limited by a certain amount of seductiveness, but that's related to your ability to socialize. Like, if you're interested in, like, seduction and, like, erotic role play or whatever, you can find places on the internet to be that. You can find entire MUDs dedicated to that. And that, for those of you who don't know, a MUD is a multi-user dungeon. It is an online gaming space where you can actually just be a sexy hoe, if that's what you want to be. But, like, if you're trying to say the internet is inherently anti-seduction and anti-eroticism, that's just incorrect. I was more of a muck user. There we go, David Schwab. I didn't know anyone would understand the reference I was making. I'm so glad.
When I say erotic, I don't mean porn, but an underlying quality that exists throughout the world.
That's just dependent on your ability to bring that quality to the surface. That's a skill issue, is what I'm saying. If you want to be more erotic, you have to inject that into your conversation with other adults. That's a skill you develop as an adult.
When you're walking through a beautiful Italian cobblestone town, drinking a latte by a garden, the environment is far more conducive to human reproduction on
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but how? Like, exactly, Madbox. Then go do that. No one's stopping you. If you think that going through a cobblestone street is what's gonna turn you on, then go do that. No one is stopping you. You have the right to go get turned down on by a cobblestone street if you want to. You do have that right. No one's trying to take that from you. Literally no one. Literally no one. No one in the Democratic Party, no one in the Republican Party, no one is looking at the quality of the street stones and saying, you deserve eroticism and you don't. He immediately made Venice sound unappealing. Exactly. Well, if anything, he would be repulsed by Venice. You know, where they don't have any kind of paving stones because everyone's going around by boat. Fixer at home, thank you for the $10 Australian.
Being
Paladin,
a sexy
thank you for
hoe
the
is
$10.
so 2024. Where's the online community where I can be a sexy shovel?
Ah, you want to be a sexy steam shovel. Well, we have that one story about the steam engine who wouldn't quit. Go over there, please. I'm not going to elaborate. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Appreciate you. Let's go into this.
a passive level. When our grandparents were dating, they lived in a more human environment with various social institutions, or just the world around them that was built in a certain way, so it was easy to romantically escalate.
Guys, do you see why I talk about this guy? This guy is brought up on an ungodly amount of, like, far-right money to incubate the next generation.
This is for the disallow that guy to walk on cobblestone fund.
Thank you, Gertrude Schmidt. Oh, God. Can psychopaths get off looking at porn? Psychopaths do not have empathy, so they don't identify with others, so sensuality is not experienced. I think they can imagine sensuality. I don't think they, like, cannot imagine it. But, like, the fact that this guy is spending so much time thinking about his grandparents fucking is genuinely a weird thing. Like, it's genuinely very bizarre. And you know what? I want to put out a statement for all of you, okay? This goes out to every single one of you.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
I am. Your mental horsepower to keep up with this is immense. Your mental horsepower is sublime. Do not let anyone denigrate your mental horsepower to keep up with this level of eroticism.
In fact, it felt second nature where it wasn't something you really thought about. This is why older generations don't comprehend why young people don't mate or date, since they haven't processed that all of these social stabilizers have totally vanished.
Now, of course he's telling on himself, but, like, young people do meet and date and mate. Like, guys, I'm one of the most socially inept individuals you can possibly imagine. And even I went out and met people and dated people and mated with people. I'm not like some kind of social savant. I'm actually quite bad at it. But like, this guy is just like, it's impossible to mate and date as a modern man. And it's like, it's not. It's just not. Like, I'm sorry. It's not. Do better. Ask more of yourself. Get involved. Better yourself. The main problem with all of the channels selling this goddamn bullshit is the idea that they sell you. And that a lot of people accept, which is that you are bad at socializing and unlovable, fundamentally. And that is not true. That is a lie. It is a lie driven of self-hatred. And you know what kills that self-hatred? Curiosity. Betterment. Self-improvement. That kills the part of you that says, I am not good enough. So if you are feeling not good enough, do something that is designed to make you better. That is designed to make you smarter. That is designed to make you stronger.
Riverboat Rism with a tism, Jack.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Curiosity saved my life. Not gonna lie. Michelle Bells. 100%. The only time you truly die is when you give up on making yourself better. The only time you experience death is when you give up. When this guy is talking about like, oh, society is just so bad, I can't possibly get with somebody. It's like watching a fucking, like, I think you should leave episode. Because the only time you actually lose, the only time you actually become the loser you imagine you are, is when you give up and when you cease to be curious about the world around you. When you say these things about yourself, you are denigrating yourself. You do not have to do this. You do not have to give up on making yourself a better person. It is always worth it, down to the very last moment you exist, to make yourself better.
Meaning, rather than being natural, mating is something you have to accomplish through a society actively designed against it on 20 levels.
Society is not against you getting laid. Capitalism is against you getting laid. Recognize what the actual barriers are and overcome them by being a cooler, better person. Giving up, saying you're not good enough, exiting out of all of this, that is not the solution. That is a capitulation. And no one wants capitulation.
I have to say this every time, utterly, incredibly, perfect confidence and utterly, incredibly, faulty understanding of anything. That's not how any of this works.
Exactly, anime sidekick girl. Thank you for being able to, like, I do think it's also an incredibly important skill to recognize that what this guy is selling people, and specifically what this guy is selling children, is the loser mentality. It is the mentality of people who do not know how to get
I'm
better.
literally on a train with hickeys on my neck on my way back home after staying with my partner for a week. I'm
Hey!
at a soft boy tuber MC server.
Let's go, EP Sapphic! We stan! We stan! A hickey haver. Let's go. EP Sappic, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you and Anime Sidekick Gal. Thank you for both being part of this community and part of the community that restores sanity to people who might otherwise be pulled into this garbage.
When young people say that they don't want to bring a child into this world, what they mean is that this is an anti-human culture where even their ancestors, who may have lived as peasants in their own filth, lived in a culture that had more incentives set up for human reproduction in society.
See what I mean about this guy just being fucking weird? Like, let's just play that back real quick.
Remember, it had who may have lived as peasants. That this is an anti-human culture where even their ancestors, who may have lived as peasants in their own filth, lived in a culture that had more incentives set up for human reproduction in society.
No. I'm sorry. Society did not have more incentives set up. Like, you can argue that, like, oh, well, women had to marry, otherwise they just didn't have, like, a monetary or economic future. And, like, that's true. But, like, chaining yourself to a woman doesn't make for a good relationship. And I can't believe that I have to say this, but, like, you going out and, like, having the physical acuity.
Rudyard, /you're still wallowing in your own info hazard filth.
100% Gertrude. 100%. Like, trying to say, oh, well, you had the wherewithal to, like, chain yourself to a poor defenseless woman. And, like, that is something that makes you great. Like, no, it's not. Obviously, it's not. Like, obviously, the better solution is being cool and interesting and, like, intelligent and rizful enough to, like, get someone interested in you. Like, the whole way this goes wrong, to talk to you guys about this, is that you need to find someone who is actually interested in you as a person, who is actually interested in you for your accomplishments and for your existence, who is into you. That's important. It's not like a step that can be skipped. You can't do that. You can't take a shortcut to the end result you want. The entire purpose of getting to know another person is for them to also choose you. It is not just finding someone who's willing to have sex with you. It's finding someone who's willing to be your best goddamn friend. And if you look for someone who's just willing to have sex with you, yeah, that might widen your success results a little bit. But the reason you are seeking a partner is to find your best friend. Someone who will love you for who you are when you're at your most goblin, gremlin-like state. Who will look at you and say, this is my person, even when you think you do not deserve someone to look at you that way. And, like, the idea that that all exists merely because you should get fucked, it's something that impoverishes not just the way that someone thinks when they think that way, but impoverishes your life if you think that, like, oh, that's how this works. If you think, oh, well, I just need to go out and get fucked by somebody. You know, sometimes you do need that, just as an FYI. But let's not confuse that for someone who wants to be your best friend for the rest of your days. These are not comparable. Your best friend with benefits for the rest of your days. Partner appreciation moment. Gotta love the people who choose to love us in our lives, to share the coolest things we're up to and help make each other better people. Not as some goal or project, but just a thing that happens by being awesome together. 100% Shakespeare. 100%. Kelsey 5 Alive, I won the lottery in that front. My wife is the most fucking amazing partner ever. Hell yeah, that's the kind of energy you need to look for. This idea that you just need to look for someone who's willing to settle and, like, fuck you, that's not what anyone's looking for.
Roger Dick
generally
Asmongold
speaking.
can get a girlfriend, so can you. Stop whining.
Remember, animals in captivity don't breed. This
They do, though? Literally, captive animals do breed. That is a thing they do. I can't believe we just got through one sentence, and it was terrible. Cool stuff.
is true across the society, but it's also...
By the way, in case you haven't realized, we've only made it through 3 minutes of the 20 minutes that remain. Congrats, everybody. I've trapped you in the Rudyard device.
true online. For example, romantic relationships tend to start within dense social communities, which create social environments of repeated social contact with differing levels of depth.
Yeah, that's true. When you're in a shared environment with others, you do tend to meet other people in that environment. Great job.
Shared social codes to mediate the interactions, and social interactions with plausible deniability built in. If you look at the statistics in previous generations, people largely didn't meet their partners in the bar or in the club, but through friends, church, university, school, and work. Part of what wokeness has done is ban dating through these different avenues so people go online. The internet is...
What are you talking about? Literally, wokeness didn't stop people from doing group dates. Might have stopped people from doing group dates, though. But group dates, they're still a thing. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Wokeness didn't stop anybody from dating. What it did do is stop people who didn't want to be racists from dating other people who wanted to be racist. That's what wokeness did. That's it. Full stop. What the fuck is he talking about? His racist hallucinations.
Is structured in the exact opposite way as it would be to be conducive to mating, where it's entirely shallow, with no privacy, zero depth, no repeated contact, the most low-trust communications possible, judged in the least charitable light possible. The internet...
Well, that's because if you engage with unknown people in high-trust circumstances, there are sometimes people who betray that trust. Like, the existence of date rape precludes people who are coming from low-trust interactions from dating in high-trust situations. That's why people don't do that. It's not wokeism, it's just people watching their own back. Gertrude Schmidt, thank you for the $20 super chat. The way Rudyard speaks says so much more about his own myopic outlook than society. I was raised in the same Aryan cult as Pete Hegseth, and my curiosity is what got me out. Hell yeah, I'm a trans furry commie dyke and proud of it. Fuck yeah, Gertrude. Hell yeah, own that shit. Because guess what? I 100% agree. Curiosity is ultimately what will set you free from any repressive ideology. If you are sufficiently curious, you will be able to escape.
I guess the queer singles social I met my GF at wasn't woke. That's too bad.
Yeah, I guess the queer dating app I met my partner on was woke, was not successful at getting me hooked up with anybody except, my partner, who I love and would take bullets for. Multiple bullets, mind you.
It is also anti-romantic in that it tends to be disjointed and gross, with it actually being taboo on most of the internet to post sincere, vulnerable, or beautiful things.
You know, alternatively, if you find yourself in an online community that shits on you for being sincere and vulnerable,
y'all need to get on a MC server ran by a soft boy. Best dating method I've found.
Hell yeah.
Anyways, visit my bottom cafe. We have smut and cookies.
EP Sapphic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. But like, honestly, my response to this is like, oh, people are making fun of you for being sincere. I don't know. Get thicker skin. People are making fun of you for being sincere about loving your partner. Love her harder. Love them with all your being. And if it's not enough, love them even harder beyond that. Like, when you're talking about, oh, people are making fun of you, who gives a fuck? If you love another person genuinely, who gives a fuck? If they are someone that, like, other people would make fun of you for dating. Like, fuck you. This is to love even further beyond Plus Ultra! Yeah, you have to go beyond. It's true. Do you think BDSM is unhealthy? No. If it's between two consenting adults, no. Like, full stop. BDSM can be a lovely, beautiful thing between two people who want that kind of relationship and sexual contact. Full stop. No judgment, etc. I've been to a lot of kink events, and I can tell you there's nothing wrong about that happening between two people who want to do that to each other. What about 3 consenting adults? I mean, it wouldn't be for me, but like, if it's for them, that's fine. The consent is the most important part.
Those sorts of things establish a frame which allows attraction.
I mean, you can be attracted without that frame.
I am not high, but feel like I should be for this slop from Rudyard. Wokeness dried my PP. Little dickling. What if altist? What if had asterisk asterisk asterisk?
You look like a bitch.
I do love that sound drop, but we have so few opportunities to drop it. And I feel like that was perfect. Abyssal List, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you.
Attraction is also generated by dominance and declaring personal dominance.
No, it's not. Wait,
Someone
what?
introduced this guy to the French decadent movement. He would have a heart attack.
Oh, 100%. But like, wait a minute. Attraction is not produced by dominance? Unless you are a bottom. Unless you are a bottom or like a submissive, you are... That's not true. Yet again, we run into a scenario where Rudyard is just goddamn telling on himself. Like, it's... Whew. Oh my god, it's wild. Oh my god.
Is seen as deeply taboo online. If you wanted to hit on a girl publicly online, in most cases you would have a mob of haters immediately attack you. And
what? No? What are you talking about? What if I imagine in this scenario I tell a girl she looks pretty, and then 1,000 men show up to beat me to death? Like, I mean... I guess that works out in your imagination, but that's not how it works ever at all in reality.
Call you cringe for the mere act of trying. If you fail romantically at all, a girl can repost how cringe it is with zero social shame.
That's fine, though. Like, I can't stress enough how fine it is for, like, you asked somebody out, you did it in a cringe way, and now that person tells other people. That's not actually an abnormal thing. That's actually very normal. When you ask out somebody with less power and less influence, they're still going to tell their friends about what happened to them because it's a noteworthy event. Like, yeah. If you hit on a girl and she doesn't respond to it well, then, like, maybe she's gonna post about it to, like, other people. But, like, you don't know other people. You don't know that, like, her circle of friends. Who gives a fuck what she says to them? You're not interacting with them. Like, shoot your shot. Talk about, like, you know what? I think you're really beautiful. I would like to ask you out. And then if she says no, then, like, be cool about it and just be like, oh, okay. See you around. And then, like, just be cool about it. You don't have to be a weird little fucking freak about it. The thing that makes her post to her friends and post to her social circles about it is if you become a weird little freak about it. And you do not have to do that. That is like a self-enforced error.
And her friends will cheer her on. I've heard multiple girls say that their boyfriend was bad in bed online, and that
who gives a fuck? Are you their boyfriend? No? Who gives a fuck?
Shocks me, since if anything should be socially taboo for a stable society, it's that. Our society...
And no, Femaiden, I don't think that BDSM is unhealthy.
...normalizes such degenerate stuff, and penalizes such normal heterosexual behavior.
Rudyard need hanky-panky. Let me display my dominance. Hoorah.
Thank you for the 50 knock. I appreciate it. But also, I don't think that he needs hanky-panky, mostly because, like, I don't think his problem is that he doesn't get sex. I think his problem is that he doesn't understand human interaction.
But we allow this. Every story like that decreases the total amount of sex.
Like, what he's saying is that, oh, society, these women are punishing normal heterosexual behavior when they talk about horribly inept attempts to impress them. That's what he thinks is discouraging heterosexuality. Like, dog, just hang out with people with more riz. Learn from them.
Sex massively through destroying social trust. And so the constant media events about people being sexually or romantically insane and exploitive have created a massive low trust equilibrium that's very hard to break. Keep in mind that people...
What are you talking about? When you say, like, it's a low trust sexual equilibrium, I don't know what you mean by that. I would know what maybe other people mean by that. I do not know what this particular man means by that.
People learn culture through osmosis, not through books. People learn what behaviors are socially appropriate from their friends, movies, music, art, family, school, history books, and everything else. This is why the social institutions like art, universities, politics, or media promoting degeneracy and actively degrading moral, honorable, or pro-social behavior is profoundly dangerous.
Oh, yeah, no, it's only 36 minutes in when he starts talking about how, like, media depicting gay people in a positive light is actually the most dangerous poison to society, of course.
A way I'm shocked people don't understand. We're setting a precedent that this behavior is acceptable. Humans aren't...
Yeah, because obviously this man would support hot ladies dressing up in bunny costumes to talk about political indoctrination. Ooh, woo.
Machines, so we take in the feedback from our group, and this creates a culture where it's taboo to be moral or sincere. This will cause total social collapse, like the fall of Rome or the Maya.
Yeah, 100%, totally analogous. No notes. Famously, that was the only thing that caused the fall of the Roman Empire and the Mayan Empire. 100%. I have a minor in medieval history. 100%. Yeah, he's totally correct. Don't look into it whatsoever. That was absolutely, gay people being normalized. That was what killed the Roman Empire and the Maya. 100%. Yeah, don't look into it. Don't read anything. Just take him at his word.
This should be obvious since society is held together through human relationships.
Society is held together through human relationships. So anytime the gays appear, society collapses. Duh.
Birds tweet to one another. They're normally either doing dominant signals over territory, calling for mates, or perhaps doing bird philosophic dissertations.
That's right. When birds tweet at each other, they're establishing dominance. They're establishing the tops and the
Stop
bottoms.
Women talking about sex. That's not the entire history of mankind or anything.
No.
Nothing could possibly go wrong at all.
Absolutely not two spectral wolves.
This means that little birds, which grow up, know how to engage in these behaviors. People learn this stuff through osmosis, and so for someone Gen Z like me, it means their entire lives, there has never been a model on how to succeed in life.
No. Look, I'm on the spectrum. I did not learn social cues and social signaling by just passively absorbing it from my peers and media. What Rudyard is doing here is a massive self-report. He does not understand how humans interact. And so what he's saying is that, like, oh, well, because my experience is this way, the entire experience of Gen Z is also this way. And, like, it's not. Like, Gen Z has unique social problems, but those unique social problems aren't, gay people existing. Like, I don't know. I don't think I'm a unique social problem. I think I'm just like a middle-aged lady who's wearing bunny ears and has great knockers.
There has never been a social script about how to be happy, succeed romantically, find meaning, and everything else.
Neither has there ever been a universal successful script to run for any generation ever. Part of growing up is learning that everyone has been faking it the entire time.
Most people can't see outside their society's cultural frame, so when they're not offered scripts for these, they just don't do the behaviors.
With the amount of tismic damage Rudyard delivers, he's got to be on his own spectrum.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like 100% abyssalist.
The reason that Gen Z doesn't date is they've never been offered scripts for how to signal interest, escalate, and then move through dating to marriage.
It's not complicated if you're on the spectrum. You find someone else who's on the spectrum, you look them in the eye, and you say, would you like to smooch? And then they say yes, and then you smooch. Or they say no, and then you like continue to hang out for a while, and then you ask again, would you like to smooch? And then they say, sure. And then you smooch. And then like you just proceed like that with direct communication until you arrive at like the pinnacle of like intimacy. It's not a difficult idea to wrap your head around, but like the idea that you should pursue consent because the consent of the other person you're engaged with is actually important and meaningful in your relationship is a newer idea and one that I think benefits relationships across the board. Yeah, you want to get into smooch maxing, 100%. But like the idea, like you don't know a script. No one knows a fucking script. No one has a goddamn script. You go out there and you figure out what works and what doesn't work, and then you like continue to try. That's the entirety of being a human being. No human being knows what it takes to survive and do well in the world. Every human being goes out there not knowing shit about shit and then forges their own path. And then every goddamn human being who comes afterwards tries to emulate that and thinks the person who did it first had it all written down for them by some kind of god. And like, that's not the case. Okay? Nobody has a script. Everyone's just doing the best they can with the information they have available at any given moment. That's it. Jack, plug the Discord. I need to connect. Folks, join the goddamn Discord. Organize on here. Join local DSA, join local Dems, and if you need help to do that, again, you can just type !Discord in any of the chats, and you'll get a link to the Discord. So join the Discord, get involved. We need people to organize so that they're not goddamn dipshits like Rudyard when they grow up.
Then to be happy in marriage. The environment is so sterile that they just give up.
The only way you're happy in marriage is if you have a marriage that allows you to communicate honestly with your partner. Full stop.
I've had a sort of intuitive feeling lately that time both moves too quickly and too slowly.
That's just called experiencing the passage of time as an adult.
What I mean by that is that if you follow the internet, there will be constant new trends, which are often deeply horrifying, like the Iran war or Epstein, just for very recent examples.
That's called events transpiring.
These burn people out since constant emotional stimulus without resolution fries our brains.
Life does not have neat resolution. When you talk about, constant stimulus without, like, coherent resolution fries our brains, yeah, no shit. That's what being alive is. Being alive is constant stimulus. And, like, if you're worried about, like, the stress is getting to us, then you need to figure out ways to deal with that stress. Whether it's exercise, or video games, or like reading books, or yoga, or what have you. You need to figure out what burns off your stress. You need to embrace it, and you need to incorporate it as part of your routine. Because that is what being a goddamn adult is about.
We're designed for something to happen, and then we see its effects, and then we can move on and learn the lesson.
Yeah, like, that's news, not internet trends. Exactly. This guy doesn't know the difference.
What the current regime is doing by extending this process as long as possible is driving...
It's not a regime extending a process. That's just how fucking being alive works. That's how the news works.
Everyone crazy, since we lose our ability to think.
Guys, we've only gotten through 8 minutes of this. There's still 12 minutes left.
Or even understand how the world works on any level, since the society so muddles it all.
We haven't even hit our first text wall to scale yet.
That we give it up. Our ability to understand the world is the same thing as our agency within the world. This means we're effectively enacting soul death on our entire populations because we're not willing to own up to the costs of our era of history. It gets even worse from here, though. Part 3. How humans are created.
Oh no, I don't want to hear him try and explain this. Please don't.
A major theme of this video is you can't view all consciousness or minds as the same or equal. If you...
Oh boy. I don't think you want to be making the argument, Rudyard, that all minds aren't the same or equal. I don't think you want to open the door to that idea, because what you're putting out there would not result in you being on the winning end of that power arrangement.
Raise your children incorrectly or manage your society poorly, you will face consequences.
Yeah, that's right. If you do anything with the society, you will face consequences. Because that's how time works. That's how, like, having a society works when you experience the flow of time. Because consequences are things that happen over the course of time. I gotta be honest. It's not you, guys. It's not you. Chat, it's not you. It's not any of you. If you feel like you are dying, like your brain cells are asphyxiating, that's not you. That's just the natural reaction to ideas this bad.
This should be obvious where on paper we believe that social engineering is the underlying variable that pushes human nature, but we put very little thought into the incentives we're using to train people. This really means that the left, which runs the educational system, only cares about power since they've invested all of their efforts into ideological propaganda.
Yeah, because all those underpaid teachers really only care about power. That's why they got into teaching, so they could abuse their positions of power to mold young minds, because that's ultimately what really, gets them off.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have, and none into cultivating the next generation as humans. I think this screen addiction is destroying our ability to be human.
I just want to point out that has literal, like, screen addiction and the previous point you just tried to make have nothing to do with each other.
I don't think this is the only cause, where the fact that it's occurring at the same time as Mouse Utopia means that the screens are supercharged.
Wait, Mouse Utopia, you say? It's time.
A previous trend. What the screens do is shut down the normal experiences and things which have allowed humans to form for all of our history going back millions of years.
Yes. The ultimate reflector of the human experience, the screen.
Keep in mind that we're the only society ever which doesn't value culture, where everyone else believed that culture was needed to produce the trait humanity.
Citation needed? American Gen Z is the only culture on Earth that doesn't believe in culture? What? What are you talking about? My boobs look too good for this confusion that I'm experiencing right now. Jack, call it, please. Look, unfortunately, Chamber Deacon, we started this journey, and we've made it through 40 minutes of this video. And I do want to point out that this map is fucking insane and doesn't make any sense whatsoever for what he's talking about. But I will also say, like, he's just wrong. He's just wrong. And honestly, this video is a lot easier to get through with whiskey. But we have 10 minutes left.
Without it is a total personal or soul loss that's deeply horrifying.
Yes. If you use a phone to engage with social media, it rips the soul out of your body. Citation? I made it the fuck up.
For other people in history, this outcome in our society that seems totally bizarre to us would be a logical, natural endpoint in their comprehension of the world. Something else to think about is that this is the first time in history we've ever had this technology, and it's only about 50.
Where's the legend for that map? Madbox NC. the best part about his maps is there's never a legend. The best part about his maps is that he made them himself, and they're completely fucking insane.
15 years old, and so we should prepare for social effects that we don't know about already, because when unprecedented things happen, they have unprecedented consequences. And it's really remarkable that we put in all of this technology and we did not think at all about any of the consequences.
That's a great point, Ever Afro, which is, how should anyone ever watch his YouTube videos if not on a screen? And like, ideally nobody would. Ideally nobody. Ideally the answer is nobody. And unfortunately, in reality, it's over 100,000 people clicked on this video and found it, worthwhile. So, like, I do want to point out, this isn't just like some random guy that I found on YouTube. This is someone who has 736,000 subscribers, and this video that you are watching has 127,000 views. And I know that you guys think that this is like AI slop or whatever. I guarantee you this is 100% organically grown delusion, okay? So, just as an FYI, this isn't like some guy. This is specifically someone who is connected with Balaji Srinivasan, who is connected with, Peter Thiel, who is connected with all the billionaires who are trying to foment the destruction of your lives. And so, unfortunately, we do have to engage with these ideas because these ideas are engaging with billionaires and making them more insane.
It's deeply insane and immature. John Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, covers the effects of this well. It's really remarkable that he seems to be the only person who's talking about the negative effects of screen addiction.
I do need to read the Jonathan Haidt books. I have one of them. I need to get into them. I do think Jonathan Haidt is basically being put up to be the next Jordan Peterson among far-right circles. I haven't had time to sit down and read those books. I will at some point. But, like, the fact that people like Rudyard are enamored with them, I think is a horrific mark against their quality.
Given how big an issue it is. He talks about how we've statistically found cognitive declines in intelligence, sociability, durability, test-taking, mental health, or every other observable metric due to this. This shouldn't be politicized, and it isn't really right now, where woke ruling classes could try to fix this, but alas, they only care about revenge and power. The point where this gets even more concerning is that entire generations are being raised in front of screens without other inputs that they need as.
Hey, Jenny, that's the kind of attitude I want to foster in you guys. If my weird, unhinged ass can find love, anyone can. Absolutely. 100%. Become the meme. Become the autism meme. You know what I'm saying? Oh, let me pull this up here. Become the goddamn meme. The girl I pulled by being goddamn goofy. Alright? Look. If Goofy from a Goofy movie can pull a goddamn baddie on the disco floor, so can you. You can yuck your way to some fiucks, alright? I believe in each and every one of you. I know you can go out there and find someone who makes your life whole. Who makes the stories and the poems and the music make sense. Marie G and Greco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, and I appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much.
Children. This is on top of all of the other very serious social issues I talk about on this YouTube channel. I'm Gen Z, so I saw this process emerge. I grew up before screens and phone addiction were normalized. I grew up without TV or internet for years in a rural area where the nearest neighbors were miles away, so I found modern America confusing when I started to deal with it as a teenager. I like to say that
yeah, that's every goddamn teenager. Every teenager is confused by modern society. Every goddamn teenager is confused and uncertain about how to maneuver in the unfamiliar social situations of being closer to being an adult. That's not surprising.
When I was a child, enough of the 20th century John Hughes post-war Golden Age America.
John Hughes never represented an actual time of being alive. If you watch John Hughes movies and thought this is what it means to be a teenager, you were goddamn fooled by cinema.
America was left, that a viewer could confuse the two for being the same. The screen addiction would be a subtle sci-fi introduction to the plot that would quietly make the audience realize that this is a sci-fi dystopia before that subplot really gets hammered home after COVID.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, the thing is, this man is like 24 years old. Like, it wasn't a movie, it was real life. You don't have to talk about it like it was a movie. Everyone else lived through it too. Like, I'm actually mad about this. 24, he looks 35, it's true.
By the 2020s, you'd realize that this was a sci-fi cosmic horror masquerading in the ruins of 20th century America. By the time I was a teenager, screen addiction and social media obsession was already totally normalized. As a Zoomer, I've
like, yeah. If you, like, buddy, you're a YouTuber. Your perception of screen addiction being normalized is not the norm. Most people don't make YouTube their careers. Most people don't make social media their careers. They've got other shit going on. They've got kids. They've got hobbies. They've got video games to get back to. Like, what are you talking about?
seen most people my age not really develop as adults or people. They're stuck in a perpetual adolescence where they've reached none of the markers of adulthood.
That's called being 24 years old. Like, yeah, being a 24-year-old, you're not going to be as mature as like a 35-year-old. That's just what age is. And guess what? A 35-year-old isn't going to be as mature as a 45-year-old. Because that's age! That's how age works! Fuck! Man! Stop telling on yourself, for fuck's sake!
Of Gen Z are virgins, and I briefly want to gloat that I predicted the numbers on this would be way worse than the old statistics, while people called me a madman at the time. It's really remarkable how being
who gives a shit about your thoughts about how many of your cohort got laid? Who gives a shit, man? I don't give a shit. I regrew my virginity. Jack, stop watching AI Slop. I cannot stress enough that this guy is not AI Slop. And you might ask, how do I know that? And I know that because I've literally gone through his videos where he experienced a mental breakdown and talked about how he went and met Odin. He went on a goddamn mental retreat and met Odin, who told him about eugenics bloodlines that transmit justice across generations. All right? I've literally watched this guy so often, I can tell you definitively, he is not AI Slop. I've seen him on podcasts talking with these billionaires who are trying to co-opt the conservative space for their own. He is not an AI agent. He is instead something much more dangerous, which is someone who is bought with billionaire money. He's been bought with billionaire money so that he can be an ambassador between the modern billionaires of Balaji Srinivasan and Peter Thiel and the Gen Z and Gen Alpha cohorts. That's what he has been brought up to be. He's actually far more dangerous than just like AI slop. If it was AI slop, I wouldn't be concerned about this. It's so much worse. The reason I engage with this content isn't just because it's fun. It's because it's actually, despite the brain-deadening nature of it, extraordinarily dangerous. It's extraordinarily dangerous because he is connected to some of the wealthiest men on the planet, and he serves their ends as a useful tool. The reason I'm concerned about him, and the reason I talk about him, is because he is exponentially more influential than my channel is, and my channel is sincere. I engage in a sincere effort to mobilize people against the threat posed by money that he represents. And so, like, I know that you guys are saying, oh, it's too stupid for actual people. 127,000 people have watched this video. 127,000 people have watched this video. Bro decided to clock in for work finally. Ever since I personally curated my internet usage for what I'm actually interested in and turned off short-form content, it's been infinitely better. The internet is showing us how many insane people are there, and now they have voices, loud voices. Animals in captivity don't breed. Nailed it. 1996, man, the internet is awesome. 2026, damn, Uncle Ted was right. Like, this guy has curated an audience that believes Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was correct. Are we sure they aren't making fun of him? They aren't. They are not making fun of him. They are sincere. He has 120,000 goddamn sociopaths watching his content and being curated by him. This guy is closing in on 1 million subscribers. He is 20 times my size on YouTube. So, like, when you guys think like, oh, you're just like targeting some little guy on the internet, I'm not. The reason I talk about this guy isn't because he's just brain rot. It's because he's actively pursuing the destruction of humanity on behalf of billionaires. Like, that's what he's doing. He's not AI. He's goddamn fucking insane. And he's willing to spread that to hundreds of thousands of other people. Like, that's why I talk about him. Okay? 100%. Yeah, like, they're crazy and dangerous because they think they're right. That's way more deadly. It is way more statistically dangerous when they think that they are invariably correct about their manosphere beliefs. The scary part is that he believes 10,000% in what he is saying. And I do make fun of him because I think that it makes the content more watchable, but it's important to hold on to the critique of his ideas. Why is everyone saying AI? Because he's crazy. And I do understand it. He comes across like an AI agent. But, like, unfortunately, he is real. He is all too real.
Being a madman these days means you're making pattern-solving bets on what's plausible, while most people only believe something if the regime feeds them statistics on the topic.
I know too many trans femmes who idolize Ted Kaczynski. Idolization of Ted Kaczynski is such a goddamn red flag. People need to cut that shit out. The Unabomber did not have good points. He didn't have good points. Like, get better, like, heroes, for fuck's sake. The Unabomber was a crazy fucking madman who bombed random people. Like, I'm sorry, he didn't have an ideologically good point. If he did, he would have bombed, like, people who had anything to do with the problem. Instead, he bombed random store clerks. Like, for fuck's sake. It is infuriating the amount of people who put the Unabomber up on some kind of pedestal when he's a crazy fucking violent psychopath.
This is even after most of them say they hate and distrust the regime, but they still take their theory.
Does Ted Kaczynski condemn Hamas, though? Is genuinely an excellent retort. I appreciate you, Chris. 1000%. Excellent comment.
Theory of reality. Gen Z experienced horrible helicopter parenting, which allowed them no agency. They were
famously, millennials never experienced, helicopter parenting. Famously, no other generation has ever experienced helicopter parents, just Gen Z, 100%.
Were often burnt out and worked to death as teenagers, with 12-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week work schedules.
The problem you are critiquing is capitalism. It isn't your generational unique burden, it's goddamn capitalism. The problem you are critiquing, the social problem you are pointing out here, is capitalism. Human beings, under capitalism, have their loneliness commodified. They have their free time commodified. The grind set mindset is commodification of free time. What you are describing is a problem with capitalism. Unfortunately, this guy loves capitalism and could never admit to any fault in it whatsoever. But I want to point out the problem here is capitalism, not anything else. It is the maximization of profit at all cost.
The schools didn't teach them any real knowledge, while their countries were robbed from them and they can't get work. This has, of course, created a generation of hollow, entitled zombies.
I just got here and I'm so sad I missed so much of stream. It's okay, Not Smart. We love you. Also, I do want to take a moment to say I feel very cute in this bunny girl outfit. I feel very cute. I don't know why the bunny girl ears made me feel a lot cuter, but they did. And maybe I should examine that a bit more, but like, it's really cute. And like, I have like bigger muscle. I've been working out a little bit. Like, I don't know. It's cute. I think I'm cute. I think I'm cute. I'm also a little bit drunk. I've had a lot of whiskey. But let's continue.
I find it mind-boggling people can complain about people who are often just teenagers who have barely entered adulthood and not find blame in their parents who had control over them until a year or two before.
Yeah, parents, why didn't you indoctrinate your kids? Fuck you, parents. Parents are the worst. Abolish bedtimes.
It's also remarkable that if you were to see this outcome and see all of the things in the Zoomer's life that have led up to this, it would be a natural culmination, but no one can put the context together. Modernity strips everything of context.
Why are you like, if you're talking about Zoomers, why are you showing literal goddamn children, though? Like, these aren't kids. Sorry, these aren't Zoomers. Like, in today's context, these would be Gen Alpha. Like, these aren't Zoomers. And I think that that's an important distinction to make, because Gen Alpha is actual, like, goddamn babbies right now.
Part of why equality is such a bad idea is that you can deprive a child of all of the...
Oh, Alien Rune, 100%. Everything he talks about is just, like, what happened to him, and he's universalizing his experience. It's terrible. It's genuinely terrible.
Experiences that would allow them to be a healthy, mature adult. And then when you're pushed on it, you can say that every style of parenting is...
Oh, Michelle Bells. Yes, the stock photo clips that permeate every single one of his videos do make it feel more like AI. I can assure you, though, it's not AI. I have covered too many of this guy's videos. I know it's not AI. This is just his personal delusion played out on a grand scale. Like, that's what he's doing.
Equal, so this wasn't abusive. Equality translates to the total removal of standards or direction in application. It also means with child rearing...
I wonder what his parents and siblings are like. He has talked a lot about his parents. And I do think it's worth noting that he attributes an incredible amount of expertise to his father, and an incredible amount of abuse to his stepmother. I do not know how much veracity to attach to either of those claims. But in his redacted backstory, he alleges a lot of abuse from his stepmother. But I, again, do not know how real that is and how much to attribute that to, like, his actual backstory. Yeah, he demonizes his stepmother. He valorizes his stepfather. Valorizes his father, rather. Like, it's wild. Jack, remember, it's his mother and sister? Oh, I'm so sorry. It is his sister and mother. He has two different households. It's wild. It's insane. If you want to know more about that, there's a 12-hour long set of videos where I cover his backstory. And I do want to stress, it is 12 hours. It is a ridiculous amount of time. And, like, unless you are really interested, I do not recommend it. But we do have it on the channel.
That the youth mature with no roadmap on how to live as an adult in any way, since they were told that every path is equal, but that every accepted path was also toxic. This is effectively burning the map to reach your destination, while asking you to be grateful for how virtuous it was to do so. For a few other examples of this, memory formation occurs in context, normally physically mediated. What you have with years in front of a screen is you're not forming memories or learning, since learning is predominantly a biological, somatic, physical process.
Yeah, one that can be triggered by viewing and listening to something on a screen. Like, if you think that learning isn't possible through a screen, why do you have a fucking YouTube channel? If you think learning is only possible in person without a physical, like, interaction whatsoever, why are you making videos that are transmitted via YouTube videos? Like, what the fuck? I'm at a loss. Every single person who is concerned with birth rates is just goddamn racist. Yeah, apparently you can't learn things via online classes. You can't learn things from videos. You can't learn things from like visual and auditory stimuli. You know, the things that people rely on to learn. I cannot stress how destructive this man is to Western civilization.
I mean learning in the sense of life experiences, not intellectually. This ends up producing adults.
Seeing him on Tim Pool's channel cracked me up. He was literally exactly what my mind pictured. Oh yeah, no, this guy is exactly like the personification of what you would imagine an aggrieved, white, mediocre man would be. Right? Like, this guy, I do want to stress, this guy is a big enough deal that Tim Pool invites him onto his show, that he is invited onto the shows of billionaires and 100 millionaires. Like, he is involved in the conservative content ecosystem to a degree that, like, honestly, if you didn't obsess about like politics like I do, you would not be aware of. And yet I am aware of him, and so I make you guys aware of him. I do apologize for that. It is a failing on my part, and yet I can't help myself.
With the levels of maturity of children, and also stops them from developing their own sense of self, which is formed through struggle and opposition to the world. If you don't have the ability to form memories...
Oh no. Udio Rock, like, he's not there because he knows I will watch. He's there because he knows conservatives will watch. The reason I think he is worth taking note of is because so many conservatives gravitate to his message. And then he gets mainstreamed through the likes of Tim Pool and such, right? So part of why I talk about him is not because, oh, well, like, I am complicit with his ecosystem. It's because his ecosystem exists without me, and I might as well inoculate you guys against his influence. I know why you're talking about me. I understand. I'm trying to endeavor to tell you that the reason I talk about him is so that I can make sure that you fucking morons don't get taken in by his rhetoric. The reason I talk about him is because, unfortunately, far too many people get taken in by him without me. That's why I talk about him. Specifically to avoid you guys getting duped into believing him. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. If you think, oh, well, the reason he's grown to prominence is because of leftists talking about and critiquing his content and making fun of him, I got news for you, which is that he grew to the size he is completely without me. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. The reason I talk about him is, unfortunately, he is far bigger than I am. But you're doing this in English. I'm saying if you used AI, I could communicate this to other cultures he might be saying this in. Never suggest to me that I should be using AI ever again. I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. Never do that again. It's deeply offensive.
You also can't create a narrative of your own life to derive meaning from or learn lessons from your own experiences. This makes you incredibly dependent upon the group, which is toxic and offers you nothing. The predominant way we learn, and I mean learn here as in general.
Worth pointing out, this guy has 20 times the amount of subscribers I have to my channel.
Life wisdom, not academic topics, is through deep social relationships. This is how you're taught how to perform certain social roles. Of course, marriage and friendships fail since there's no operating code for how to arbitrate disputes, logic on how to manage your relationships, increase the depth of said relationships, learn from them, or rituals that would help people maintain relationships.
One, all of those things exist. Literally all of those things exist. Like, oh, there are no rituals that exist? Yeah, there are. Date night. It's called goddamn date night. Go on a date with your partner where you smooch and, like, fuck. It's not complicated. Oh, there are no rituals that would help people understand what to do. Genuinely, you don't need a ritual. You need to pay attention to what's important to your partner and give them what's important to them. That's it. It's not rocket science. You pay attention to what your partner likes, and then you give them more of that. That's all you have to do. Fuck, the divorced energy off of Rudyard's videos is fucking crazy.
This stuff is necessary since otherwise it's impossible to really communicate with people since social relationships remain peripheral. What I tell people is that politeness is very important because it's a short circuit that allows...
I didn't know his name Rudyard until I saw the Tim Pool clips. That was the cherry on top of the cherry of his nonsense. I watched most of the 12-Hour Saga and only knew him as a ship icon. Yeah, it's true. What If Alt Hist is the official channel name. We call him affectionately, due to our unfortunate familiarity, Rudyard.
Allows depth in relationships. If you can be polite to someone...
What If Alt Hist? He is an alternative history channel originally, and has just kind of lost all sight of that origination of his YouTube channel over time.
It's a way of cutting through lots of layers of social complexity through subtle interactions. Banning social...
I will keep calling him Ship Alt Guy. You're doing the Lord's work, okay? I appreciate you.
Standards in scorning morality or politeness makes social life impossible. Role models in our daily life is how we learn things that are useful and applicable to us as individuals.
No, critical thinking is how you learn those things. Like, role models are a shortcut to critical thinking because role models have done the critical thinking for you. Like, if you are someone capable of critical thinking, you do not need an extensive body of role models to do that thinking for you. All you have to do is critically think about the subjects you're passionate about.
This is a basic human biological need, and so you have to see its removal not as an abstract issue, but as a very concrete one that will...
I asked, would you like to play D&D? I love playing D&D. I run sessions of D&D. I've run sessions of D&D for years. For those of you who would like to listen to me run D&D, you can listen to my old podcast, which was either Wanted Adventurers, which was one of the ones that I ran and produced, or you could listen to Dragon Guard, which is another one that I ran and produced. There you go. That's two different ones that you can listen to me do. I've been making content for a long time.
Destroy the entire rest of the society. If we don't fix these sorts of issues, we will slam directly into mouse utopia and social suicide within the matter of several years. Without these things, it becomes impossible to develop as an individual. The only feedback you will receive in life is from the internet, since peripheral relationships aren't strong enough to rewire how we think or live.
The solution to this, obviously, is to just go outside and touch grass and learn how to interact with other people without the assistance of the goddamn internet. Like, fuck, man. Yeah, I know he talked about Mouse Utopia. Fuck. Ooh. That whiskey's good. But Jack, outside is scary. It's not that scary. All you gotta do is know what's outside. It's just looking at what's outside and building your schema for what is outside. That's it. I know it seems really scary to go outside, but like, it's kind of like if you want to share a meme with someone who has never seen the meme before, where you need to go and explain the meme first. Right? You go and explain the meme, and then the other person understands that meme, and then you can exchange that meme as a shorthand to mean something else. And when you're talking about experience outside, that operates functionally as a schema that you can share with other people.
This will create a deeply self-loathing individual, since humans need social mirroring to be able to conceive of themselves on a deep level.
Humans don't need that. All humans need is a shared schema. That's it. Humans require a shared schema that they can be like, hey, do you know blah? And the other person goes, yeah, I know blah. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. And that's it. That's all humans require. Build a shared schema with someone, and you can have an inside joke that will last until the heat death of the universe. That's all you need to do. 100%, that is all you need to do. This works with coworkers, it works with friends, it works with lovers, it genuinely works with literally anyone you can encounter in society. There you go. That's your hack to making friends quickly. Create a shared schema. 100%.
Our sense of self is in many...
Jovan explaining schema was like a light bulb going off in my brain. Literally, and I cannot stress this enough, the thing that built intimacy between myself and my partner is sharing media that built shared schema. So, like, I knew something that was, like, very memeable, but my partner didn't know what it was. I shared with my partner what that thing was. And maybe it was watching an entire season of anime. But building that shared schema was vitally important to us understanding each other. And, like, that is 100% correct. Jovan is right. 100% correct.
In many cases, a reflection of our social perception. Thus, when you remove deep mirroring or empathy, that person's humanity atrophies and dies, since they need others to see their depth in order to...
Yeah, it turns out other people in society existing around you displaying empathy is actually pretty important, which would maybe be at odds with capitalism, but again, Rudyard is incapable of engaging critically with capitalism.
Recognize and master it. The world would appear maddening, since no matter how much you change or evolve, the internet, which is the main social...
Oh, schema is a new term for me, but I just didn't know it was called that. Yeah, like the easiest way to think about schema is like, think about your favorite internet memes, right? Or your favorite media memes. And then think about someone who has no basis for understanding that. Sharing that basis for understanding builds that intimacy, because then you can share the meme and build a more coherent form of communication between you and the person you love. Right? Kind of like how exactly Amber Brains. Like in our riverboat.gg chat, we understand and love the history of the dill burrito, the failed product launch of the content creator behind Dilbert. He launched a short-lived and terrible product called the Dill Burrito, and we actually have a lovely little emote in our chat called the Dill Burrito emote. And building up the shared schema that allows you to basically do like Coder Joe is doing in Riverboat chat right now, a Darmok and Gelada Tanagra situation. That's genuinely what it is like to learn and get to know somebody, right? To build up that shared schema. So you can build up the idea of Darmok and Gelada Tanagra, and you can build up the idea of Picard and God, I forget his name, I forget the name of the planet. But you all understand if you've seen the episode, you know what I mean. Go watch that episode, you'll understand the goddamn schema that I'm trying to convey to you, and you will then understand the idea of schema that I'm trying to convey. There you go. Reminders to celebrate his dill burial. Oh, fuck. I love you, guy. I love you guys so goddamn much. You guys are wonderful. And Gertrude Schmidt, thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. What if I already understood schema? Well, then you're ahead of the class. Darmok and Gelada Tanagra, Picard, and I do not remember the name of the alien at Eladrel. Yeah, there we go. Brass Man, my boy. Picard and Dathon at Eladrel. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about right there. That is what I'm talking about. Brass Man and Coder Joe out here ahead of the pack. Picard and Dathon at Eladrel. Fuck yeah. I love you guys. You guys are the best of humanity. Do not ever forget that. My favorite Next Gen episode. It's such a good episode of television. I literally can I tell you guys just like a brief personal snippet? I showed my partner the entirety of original series Star Trek so that I could then show her Star Trek The Next Generation, specifically so she could understand Picard and Dathon at Eladrel as a meme. Because it was important to me to share that idea, to share that schema with her. And it took literally 2.5 years to do it, but I did it because it was important to me. It was important to me, and that's what it means to share schema. What it means to share schema is like building up that body of context, that body of meaning, and sharing it with the person you love so you can communicate on a more intimate level. And like, I don't know, it was important for me. Jack mentioned autism Riz earlier, lol, not bringing it up for any reason. Fair. All right. We are like a minute and a half away from ending this.
Channel left will not reflect or change you. AI could change this, but we can't count on AI to replace real human interactions.
Nor should you. Don't do that. Do not replace actual goddamn humans with AI.
I hope you can see how the incentives here lead immediately to mass crowds and madness. Unmoored from a sense of self or roots, people become...
James Paramio, I am absolutely a little bit buzzed. I've had a lot of shots of whiskey. But you know what? We're almost done. We're gonna get through this. And then I'm gonna be done. Okay? Becky Dog, yes! Thank you for the £2. Schema equals in jokes for relationships. It's true. 100%.
Deeply susceptible to ideological plagues. They have no other frame or experiences to cross-reference if these political ideas are reasonable. This is how events like the French or Russian revolutions, which espoused utterly ridiculous ideas, won. This is the pure embodiment of the lonely crowd I made a video about last year. The end result of this is a...
Oh, The Lonely Crowd? You mean the book you based... you mean the video you based off of a book? Oh, great. Good job. 100%. Yeah, you nailed it. Good job, buddy. Yeah?
Zombie culture where things don't resolve correctly, where the economy isn't working but no one cares enough to reset it. One where...
Yeah, gee whiz, I wonder why the economy wouldn't be working under capitalism. I wonder why the economy wouldn't work under capitalism. Who could possibly comprehend why it wouldn't work under capitalism? It kind of seems like maybe things wouldn't work because capitalism is flawed. Oops. Whoa. My headphones died, so I have to put on a new pair. Oops. Oops. Oopsie boopsie. That's my bad.
Everyone knows the politics is run by evil pedophiles trying to kill their civilization.
Dog, the only evil pedophiles trying to preserve their civilization are literally conservatives who are there to preserve capitalism. The points you're trying to preserve are literally conservative talking points.
But no one does anything about it. One where none of the social institutions work. This theme of mouse utopia and screen addiction will be the
Mouse utopia.
inspiration for a bunch of videos in the future where I'll
Oh, wow. A bunch of Mouse Utopia videos in the future? That's crazy.
explain my system to avoid screen addiction and survive Mouse Utopia. Before we can have the medicine...
I'm not doing it twice. I'm not doing it twice. I'm not doing it twice.
I need to show you the wound. I will finish with this. Do we want this? Is this the world we want to live in for the rest of our lives? Remember, much as you might not feel it, you still have agency.
That's true. I do have to say, I do agree with his final talking point, which is that despite the fact that society is fucked, you do have agency. You do have agency. You have the ability to engage with society. You have the ability to, like, take, I don't know, points of education from society. And all you got to do is get involved with your local Dems and your local DSA, okay? Join your local Dems and local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. They have decades of experience organizing locally, and they're willing to put it at your disposal. So join up! Discord in any of the chats. And folks, join your local groups. It is so goddamn important. I know it seems really passe. I know it seems really silly to care. But I'm here to say it's important. It makes a difference. When you show up, other people show up. So if you need help, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. And last but not least, do check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. I appreciate you. Let's go. I am feeling it, Michelle Bells. Can I be honest with you guys? I'm really drunk. You look hot. Thank you. I haven't finished my caffeine yet. Jack, you're drunk, go home. Don't worry, we're almost going home. Also, good news, I am home. All I have to do is end stream, and I'm good. Honestly, drunk Jack is cute. That's what I'm going for. I don't want to be sloppy drunk. I want to be cute drunk. It's a very different kind of drunk. Do we have to take your car keys away? No, because I'm already home. I don't need to go anywhere. Just need to go upstairs. Like, I'm good. I'm good. You guys don't understand. I'm good. I will drink water. You guys don't understand. I have a whole process after I finish stream, which is like, I'm going to go drink a shit ton of water, probably order some Taco Bell, and like maybe watch some anime. You guys don't understand my process. It's very scientific. I will drink a shit ton of water. You have no idea. Like ungodly amounts of water. I'm gonna be pissing until the sun comes up. You don't understand. Polaire, you understand. Greasy food and anime. Oh my god, you get me. Twitchytism, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll try and be more composed. Bucket handy. Skells, I have experience being drunk. I'll be fine. I'll just drink some water. I'll be okay. You're good, RBJ. Just don't drive. I don't have anywhere to drive. It's okay. If I had places to drive, I would not be this level of inebriated. You don't understand. You get me.
Last time I was as drunk as you, I ate an entire loaf of bread, making batch after batch of toast.
Oh no. See, the problem is I have a half loaf of bread. It's a half loaf of sour bread. And I have a bunch of garlic butter that I made like a week ago. I'm not going to use it, but like it's very dangerous. That's the biggest threat to me. The biggest threat to me is just like a crazy amount of garlic butter. Any cheese? Oh fuck, you don't even know. I have like a crazy amount of cheese in my fridge. Like a crazy amount. You don't even know. I do have the ingredients for a garlic bread binge. You don't know. I literally I bought a half loaf of sourdough and like I have a half loaf of sourdough and like maybe 5 days ago I made garlic butter from scratch and it's so fucking good. If I made that right now, you have no idea how succulent it would be. How absolutely crack-like it would be. And Aska, I will drink a lot of H2O, but I want to say, hey, everybody, we fucking did it. We got Abdul Al-Sayed elected. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Take pleasure in that moment of victory. Take a moment to revel in the fact that we fucking did it. We goddamn won. We goddamn got through the Rudyard content. We did it. We fucking did it. Jack has reached sultry foodie stage of her drunk streams. Look, I just want to talk about food, okay? I made monster cookies the other day, and they were so fucking good. I want to make more monster cookies. They were full of peanut butter and protein oats and like crazy shit, but like they were so good. Glorious victory. Also, can I just say, I fucking hate deck builder games, but I started playing Vampire Survivors Crawl, and it's really fucking good. It's a really good video game. You should all try it. It's really, really good. Why are you talking about snacks? Because I'm gonna maybe order Taco Bell, and I know it's terrible. I know that makes me like a bad person. Maybe, but like, I don't know. If any of you want to support me, drop those subs at Thanos so I can order Taco Bell. I love you guys. And I'm gonna go sleep now. This is why I don't drink on most of my streams. I just like, you know, exist and talk about politics. But like, I am very drunk. I'm gonna go drink some water now. You guys have great advice. You guys are so smart and beautiful and like full of great ideas. And honestly, like maybe I should do like a Bayonetta cosplay. You guys fill me with a lot of confidence. And I like that. And like, y'all, thank you for being beautiful and wonderful and supporting me. I really, really fucking appreciate each and every one of you. And I know that might seem a little bit hollow at this particular moment, but I appreciate you guys. And I hope I see you all tomorrow. Good night, folks. Bye.